Good evening. It is 5:30 and I will call this City Council meeting of August 13th, 2024 to order at our new 5:30 start time. I am presiding this evening at the request of Mayor Wright. We acknowledge that this meeting is being held on the ancestral lands of the Coast Salish people, and we pay our respects to those past and present. To kick us off tonight, we have an invocation that will be led by Pastor Kevin Scott, Seventh-day Adventist Church, followed by the pledge. If you wish, please rise and join us in the invocation and the pledge. Go ahead, Pastor Scott.
Heavenly Father, thank you for this opportunity to meet as the city governing body this evening, Lord. I pray that all governing will be done in fairness, in justice, and in righteousness, Lord. I pray for wisdom for all the council members, and I pray, Lord, I thank you, Lord, for this opportunity. And Lord, may we remember we are your children and you are our God, and we thank you in Jesus' name. Amen.
Thank you, Pastor Scott. Councilor Marshall, do you want to lead us in the pledge?
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Tonight's meeting is being streamed on YouTube and Facebook and will be available to view on cable channel 10 HD 1090 following the meeting. Attendees are participating in person and via teleconference. Guests that are included in staff presentations will be excused at the conclusion of the agenda item as appropriate. Next up is roll call, but we appear to have a full council, so Julie's off the hook. Next up, approval of the agenda. Are there any proposed suggested changes to the agenda? Councilor Stuckey.
I'd like to move item 10A above 6B. I'd like to hear the Salary Commission report before the approval of the salary. Or I can do 6B
before the budget.
Correct, before the budget, or 6B below 5A. I mean, I guess it's the same either way.
Sure.
But I'd like to hear that report beforehand.
Okay. Any other changes, suggestions? Okay. So per Councilor Stuckey's suggestion, we're going to move item 10A to be right after the public hearing for Ordinance 1099, but just before Ordinance 2007. Okay. Okay. Next up, we've got presentations, honors, community presentations, and recognitions.
Mayor Pro Tem?
Yes.
If we could approve the other, or if we,
Oh, I'm so sorry. Do we approve the agenda as amended?
yes, thank you.
Any objections? No? Okay. That is approved via unanimous consent. Okay, now we're doing proclamations and presentations. Proclaiming September 2024 as Service Dog Awareness Month. Is Summit Assistance Dogs Director Allison Paul in the room? Not yet? Okay. So Councilor Chris Wittgenstein is going to read our Service Dog Awareness Month proclamation. Go ahead.
Proclamation. Whereas service dogs play an integral role in enhancing the quality of life for individuals living with disabilities and medical conditions, and whereas these remarkable animals are specially trained to perform a wide range of tasks that help mitigate the limitations faced by people living with disabilities, including assisting with mobility, providing alert and medical response, aiding with emotional support, and promoting a greater sense of independence. And whereas service dogs are trained to navigate public spaces, ensuring safe passage for their handlers, and are highly skilled at remaining focused and calm in busy and sometimes stressful environments. And whereas service dogs have demonstrated their invaluable contribution in various fields, such as guiding individuals with visual impairments, alerting individuals with diabetes to rapid shifts in blood sugar, alerting people with hearing impairments to important sounds, assisting those with physical disabilities in everyday tasks, offering support to individuals with psychiatric conditions, and aiding veterans and first responders in their post-traumatic recovery. And whereas these incredible animals are not only provided practical assistance, but also offer unconditional love, companionship, and emotional support, improving the overall well-being and mental health of their handlers. And whereas Service Dog Awareness Month provides an opportunity to recognize and appreciate the dedication, hard work, and incredible impact of service dogs, as well as the trainers, organizations, and individuals who contribute their training, care, and support. And whereas raising awareness about service dogs helps dispel misconceptions, increase understanding, and foster acceptance within our communities, ensuring that the rights and access of individuals with disabilities and their indispensable service dogs are respected and protected. Now, therefore, we, Mayor Ronnie D. Wright, and the council members of the City of Oak Harbor do hereby proclaim September 2024 as Service Dog Awareness Month, and encourage all citizens, organizations, businesses, and schools to participate in events and initiatives that raise awareness, promote education, and celebrate the extraordinary contributions of these service dogs. And it'll be signed the 13th day of August 2024.
Thank you, Councilor Wittgenstein. One last call for Summit Service Dogs. Allison, are you here? No? Okay.
I really want to see all those cute puppies.
I know. I was told there'd be puppies. Yeah. Okay, next up we have our introduction and swearing in of our new fire chief, Travis Anderson. On a personal note, our outgoing fire chief, Gordy Olson, I want to thank you for stepping up during a really tumultuous time and providing leadership that was calm, consistent, and, healing, may be the word I'm looking for, when we needed it the most. So thank you very much.
Thank you, ma'am.
And I will ask you to introduce our new fire chief.
Yes, Council. And again, I'm your former interim Fire Chief, Gordy Olson. Very much a pleasure to have served this community and these men behind me. I have the pleasure tonight to introduce your new Fire Chief with nearly 30 years of experience from North Las Vegas Fire Department, Travis Anderson. And if, ma'am, you would do the honor of swearing him in.
I, Travis Anderson,
As the fire chief of the city of Oak Harbor,
as the fire chief of the city of Oak Harbor,
swear that I will support the Constitution
swear that I will support the Constitution
of the United States and the state of Washington,
of the United States and the state of Washington,
and the ordinances of the city of Oak Harbor,
and the ordinances of the city of Oak Harbor,
and that I will faithfully, honestly, and impartially
and I will faithfully, honestly, and impartially
discharge the duties of fire chief to the best of my ability,
discharge the duties of fire chief to the best of my ability,
with honor and respect,
with honor and respect,
to the mission, goals,
to the mission and goals,
purpose and policies
of
the Oak Harbor Fire Department.
the Oak Harbor Fire Department.
I recognize the badge of my office
I recognize the badge of my office
as a symbol of public faith and trust.
of the symbol of public faith and trust,
And I will be true to the ethics of the fire service.
and I will be true to the ethics of the fire service.
I make these promises solemnly,
I make these promises solemnly,
freely,
freely,
and upon my honor.
and upon my honor.
Welcome.
Thank you very much. So I won't talk too long. I talked a little bit yesterday at the badge pinning ceremony, but I just want to tell City Council, the mayor, I appreciate your trust in me coming here to lead and carry on the mission, vision, and values that the Oak Harbor Fire Department, the City of Oak Harbor has. I've had an opportunity to meet the men and women of the Oak Harbor Fire Department. They're amazing people, hardworking, and I'm super excited to work alongside them, become part of their family, and work alongside each one of you and then the community that really we're all here to serve. So I appreciate the opportunity, and thank you very much.
Thank you, Chief Anderson. It's my honor to swear in our new chief. On behalf of the mayor and the council, we welcome you, and we're confident in your ability to lead this department. Does any council people have any comments, questions, feedback? Councilor Wittgenstein.
Welcome. It's the best place on earth. You'll never want to leave.
We all share his biased opinion. And thank you, OHFD, for being here too. Appreciate it. Okay, next up, we've got our citizen comment period. Citizens may comment on consent agenda items or items of interest not listed on the agenda at this time. The citizens will have the opportunity to comment on the agenda items during the meeting as appropriate. Alternatively, citizens can visit our website prior to our meetings for methods to submit public comment or contact the city clerk, Julie Nestor, by phone or email, as noted here. When submitting comments, please include your name and address. Public comment sent anonymously will be shared with the mayor and council, but will not be displayed. Are we supposed to have Julie's contact info on the screen? No? Okay. We've received many new comments from the public since our last regular meeting, all of which were regarding the public hearing item proposed Ordinance 1999. All the submitted comments were shared with the mayor and the council, and we will take public comment on that item and display those comments when we get to it on the agenda. Are there any members of the public present who wish to speak on any other items that are not currently listed on the agenda or the consent agenda? If so, the clerk will call your name in the order in which you signed in to speak. Please step forward to the microphone and state your name and address. Please limit your comments to 3 minutes.
Mayor Pro Tem, we had no one sign up to speak to items on the agenda other than on item for the ordinance 1099.
Okay.
1999.
Okay.
Pardon me.
Anybody want to speak on anything that is not on the agenda? Okay, and in the submitted written comments, did we get any that didn't pertain to an agenda item?
No, we have no others.
Okay. Okay, thank you. Hearing none, we will move to our consent agenda. Staff has presented the listed consent agenda items, all of which were included in the meeting packet. Are there any objections or changes to the consent agenda? Okay, hearing none, then the consent agenda item is approved via unanimous consent. Next up, we've got mayor's comments. There don't appear to be too many, thank goodness. Staff retirements. The city appreciates those dedicated employees who recently retired. We've got our storm drain wastewater collection to Al Baza, 40 years. Al is an institution at the city, that is. As is Steve Beebe, our public works operations manager, 36 years. Storm drain wastewater collection operations foreman Keith Jameson, 26 years, and solid waste 2, Alden Boone, 22 years. Congratulations. Thank you for your service to this city, and things are definitely not going to look the same around here without you. Yeah, 100, yeah. The longevity is amazing. Comprehensive Safety Action Plan Survey. The city is a member of the Island Regional Transportation Planning Organization, the IRTPO. It is committed to the goal of reducing the number of traffic deaths and serious injuries to 0 by the year 2045. They're developing a comprehensive safety action plan and request your help. Please complete their survey by contacting the IRTPO or scanning the QR code on the screen. Our Oak Harbor Police Department is also conducting a community survey. Please complete that survey on public safety and law enforcement. Your answers will help the OHPD make decisions that affect our community. See our website or scan the QR code shown on the screen. And now I will turn to council for comments.
Mayor Pro Tem, just briefly, I believe we do have the Summit Assistant Dogs Associate here in the lobby.
Oh, yeah?
She's still there?
puppies. We were promised puppies. Allison? Welcome. No worries. This is the very first time that we've implemented our new earlier start time.
Oh,
so
sorry, they told me 6.
Yeah, it's all good. You probably thought you were early, and you would have been, yeah, last time. So apologies for switching things up on you. We did read the proclamation. I'd be happy to present you with that proclamation.
Excellent.
Do you have anything that you would like to say?
We're just truly grateful for the recognition for the upcoming month of September being Service Dog Awareness. And we are here in your community as subject matter experts for that. We're here situated on North Woodby, building our new campus, and we'd love to host anyone who ever wants to come out and see that. And we provide these mobility assistance dogs for free to our clients through donations as a nonprofit. So it's just a really wonderful opportunity. Thank you.
Where is your new facility?
We're just off of Jones Road, up on the north end.
Okay, Jones Road. And if someone in the community wanted to get involved or find out more, how would they contact you?
Sure, summitdogs.org is our website, and we are always happy to have volunteers come out, help us enrich and walk the dogs, and lots of chores around the campus, of course, and things at the kennels, and just come in and meet clients at times or other volunteers. So.
Very cool. Thank you. Chris, do you want to pet the puppy? And
we brought Usher with us today. He's one of our dogs in training.
Oh, sure. Can I borrow your pen? Or just a pencil? Yeah, a comfort dog. It all count. Absolutely. Just make the rounds.
I can bring the husky.
You good.
First we'll have hair everywhere. She'll well on everybody too.
Thank you. Good suggestion. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you for your service to our community. We appreciate it.
Thank you.
Okay, now I will turn to council for council comments. Councilor Wiesner.
Yeah, I just wanted to recognize a couple of our community volunteers being appointed to the Lodging Tax Advisory Committee on that consent agenda, Susan Simmons and Dannah McCullough. And, you know, without these advisory committees, you know, it'd be a lot tougher job than we already have up here. So I think we've got several openings at the city. I think there's 7 or 8 openings total on different advisory committees. So certainly if you want to get involved in the community, it's a great way to start, help us out, and gives you an opportunity for a deeper dive maybe into a subject that you're passionate about. So, and Summit Assistance Dogs, thank you so much. Appreciate you.
Any other council comments, updates, announcements? Okay. Okay, at this time we will continue our public hearing. Ordinance number 1999, sale of city real property. At this time, we will first hear a report and updates from staff. Following the staff report, we will continue the public hearing. And to provide us with our presentation, I introduce our senior planner, Ray Lindenberg, to present.
Sorry, I'm breaking stuff
No
first.
worries.
Okay.
It happens all the time.
All right, I'm going to have a PowerPoint presentation here in a moment, but we are all aware of the history of Ordinance 1999, so I'll start going through that in just a moment here as soon as we get that. Yeah. Okay. Okay. Okay, thank you. Yeah, if we can get that first slide. So what we're here for is Ordinance 1999. This was presented several times to various different commissions and boards here. But this first came to the City Council back in April, and we went to the Parks and Recreation Advisory Commission also in May to discuss the proposal. We brought it in as a standalone ordinance revision designed to streamline the process of potentially transferring land that is designated as park property. That was on May 21st. And then we requested a continuance after significant public comment and comments from the City Council, and came in with some options for you on the 24th. The ordinance that's presented for you tonight is kind of a culmination of all of those discussions that we've had. And so, let me get the next, thank you. The proposed language revision was spurred by a proposal for a new hotel project located adjacent to Hal Ramaley Park. And the revised project, essentially what happened there is when they came in, they talked about a kind of smaller scale, single-story commercial and residential mixed-use project. We informed them based on our procedure or our process going through the comprehensive plan and some of the housing numbers that we were seeing, that we needed to have kind of a bigger, more impactful project. And so the applicant proposed a hotel that would have needed a little bit of extra space, essentially, or some reconfiguring of property lines in order to make the parking lot and the structure itself work, because they were looking at doing a project that included a conference center and some meeting rooms to go with that hotel. So, if I can, this is the plan that was submitted to us. This is a proposal. It's not an official plan. We haven't made any agreements or anything on it yet. But part of that plan was to adjust that property line and then reconstruct Hal Ramaley Park and renovate it and create a new open space there that would benefit the entire community. And so when we talked to the applicant on that, our goal was to try and get them to a one-to-one square footage exchange in order to get to a point where we could get a development agreement. It was at that time that our legal staff determined that if we were going to do any kind of transfer, sell, swap, et cetera, of park land, we needed to go through an election process. So the swap and the numbers, you can't really see it on there, but the total square footage that would end up being transferred to the developer, to the applicant, would be about 2,600 square feet in this particular situation. But as we had previously talked about when we originally came in May, was this will apply to all future park land considerations. So it's not just this one that we're talking about, and that's kind of an important distinction. You can get the next slide, please. So again, this is talking about a hotel-specific project. There are comprehensive planning and downtown development issues that we kind of brought up. We want to increase the density and increase the impact in the downtown area, be able to bring in customers to our stores and restaurants in our downtown, and kind of bring in some economic revitalization through a larger project that is, bringing in up to, potentially 100 or more people into our downtown area on a regular basis. So we viewed that as an economic development opportunity. The other thing is that the hotel and conference center was something that staff and various different committees throughout the years, going decades back, have talked about trying to get some sort of conference center or something along those lines in the downtown area. So the options that we brought to you for actually changing the code when we came in last month, we had 5 options. One of them was to continue forward with the entire removal of the election requirement as we originally had talked about in May. Number 2 was having a one-to-one land swap. Number 3 was to require an election over a certain size when property was sold. Number 4 was a value proposition, essentially making an exchange based on return from a developer or a private property owner, the value of which would be more than what the land was worth. And then number 5 was to make no change. Through our discussion at the city council meeting last time around, we kind of dropped numbers 1 and 5 and focused in on numbers 2, 3, and 4. And so those two that are on the bookends there were essentially dropped out from consideration, and the draft that we have presented to you tonight does not include those. Next slide, please. So option number 2, the one-to-one land swap, this was based on essentially a public comment that we received in one of the hearings about if we are going to be selling or trading land, we should make sure to get a one-to-one swap, and I thought that was a great idea. Something that certainly has distinct advantages and makes it so that we're not losing any parkland. So this new section would include a requirement that any exchange includes that one-to-one ratio or greater in the city's benefit. So if we are giving up 1,000 square feet, we need 1,000 square feet or more in return. That total area, like I said, is equivalent or greater. That is a protection built in. There is protection built in to review and ensure that that value is equal or greater. When we took this draft to our legal team, they wanted to make sure that not only was it a one-to-one ratio, but the value was equal. And essentially what that's saying is we're not going to trade our high-value land for somebody else's low-value land. There must be an appropriate replacement based on needs and location. Again, to protect the city from trading in a good location for a bad location, something that's far away from anything. And of course, it would be subject to a development agreement. And that development agreement there are all sorts of protections we can build into that because we can write the development agreement to benefit the city and the citizens. And so the development agreement would be negotiated and discussed by staff and by the private property owner and then presented to the city council for discussion and any potential changes that might happen to that. So option number 3, having a size limitation. Our draft that we showed you last time included a requirement for an election for anything that was over 10,000 square feet if it was going to be sold. The public comment referenced park acreage, the list of what size parks are in the city. And so we did some research and found that our smallest park size is about 2,699 square feet. So we wanted to set that number below that smallest park, so it was clear to everybody that we weren't going to sell off a park, right? And so we went through, I considered the idea of doing 2,500 square foot limitation and then started thinking about that. And at that point, it's such a small space that maybe we should just forego that idea. And so what we did is we determined that a simple sale, if we're just selling a park, then that should go to an election. And we agree with that concept. 4. Number 4 is the value proposition. This is written to cover all potential future needs. Again, this isn't just the Hal O'Malley situation. This is for any future park swaps or sales, et cetera. If Verizon wants to come in and build a tower or something like that, a park, all those sorts of things, this does apply for those. So for this particular hotel-specific project, the developer offered to remodel a city park in exchange for land. Staff believes that improving parks without budgeting money, city money, is a benefit. And so the benefit should be of a higher value. So if you're not exchanging property, then we should have at least 150% of value. So in other words, if we are selling $10,000 worth of land, we should get at least $15,000 worth of improvements. And again, those improvements are figured out through the development agreement, negotiated out between staff and the private property owner and presented to the city council for approval. If there's any changes that you want, then that's something that we can do at that time as well. So again, we go beyond Hal O'Malley Park and talk about the city as a whole. Staff believes the necessary public purpose is involved in this situation. Economic development is important. It affects everybody and it benefits everybody. Business owners, property owners, taxpayers, everybody that lives within the city limits benefits when we have smart, well thought out economic development. The development agreement process protects the city in many ways. It allows us to negotiate what it is we are going to have in return for whatever we're giving up. And that should be the case always, that we want that to be a benefit, and that benefit to the city and that benefit to the citizens. If you have an election in that situation, it's difficult to go through that process and have a developer sit down with the city, go through and develop plans, and have pay their engineers and their architects and their attorneys, and go through a full set of plans to determine what it is that we're going to negotiate, sit down at that table with staff, go through that process, and then send it out for an election. There's no certainty to that, and very few developers are going to risk that sort of thing. We feel that there are existing guardrails within all of our different code requirements, the development agreement process, state regulations, deed restrictions that will protect the city from losing out in a situation. And again, it is up to the city council ultimately to make a decision. We feel that the citizens have elected you and trust you to make decisions like that, and that's what we're here for. And so I think in the long run, the way that we've gone through this process and the meetings that we've had and the discussions, the comments that we've taken, it's all working exactly as it's supposed to. Is that we've considered all these things, we've tried to include them into the draft ordinance, and taking a situation where you have an election kind of actually takes some of those things away. We don't have that open discussion in these public hearings, and so that's a concern of ours as well. So in conclusion, we're recommending approval of Ordinance 1999 as we have it drafted for you in your packet there, and I am available to answer any questions.
Thank you, Ray. Appreciate it. Now we will continue the public hearing. And before we share the many comments we've received online or by email, I will invite the public who are present to share their thoughts. If you've already submitted a written comment, but you're here and you wish to speak, you have the option to do one or the other. So we're going to let you speak first, and if you choose to speak, then when we get to your written comment, we'll skip past it. But we won't. I'm not going to play the written comments first and then tell you you cannot speak. So you have the option. So the city clerk, if you've signed in already, then we will call your name in the order in which you signed in to speak. Please step forward to the microphone, state your name and address. Please limit your comments to 3 minutes. Julie has a visible timer right there so you can keep track of how much time you have left. Council Rules of Procedure states that a maximum of 3 minutes per speaker for 15 minutes, but the council can extend that citizen comment time by majority vote. Yeah, just a reminder, this is, we have lots of comments to get through, and this is a business meeting, so please no outbursts, applause, anything that might delay the process. We want to hear from all of you. So Julie, you've got our list of who signed up to speak.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem.
No worries.
First on our list is Larry Eaton.
Good evening, Council. My name is Larry Eaton. I live at 429 Southwest Dyer Street, Oak Harbor. I used to be where you guys are, so I know a lot about the ordinance that was passed that involves having the public approve before you pass on this. I listened to the preview of how all of this was arrived at, so I ask you to overlook the fact that I may be touching on things that, as a concerned citizen, I probably should have made myself aware before coming here, but I only get my news through the Whitby News Times, and we know sometimes they don't tell everything they need. First of all, I don't mean to be rude, but I'm really amazed at how this was all put together, and I'm amazed at the decisions that were made to get where we are. And so I'd like to talk to about each one individually before I run out of 3 minutes. And maybe these questions can be answered now or they have to be answered later. But when I was the presentation given that when the hotel was going to be built, there was going to be a place set aside for public to use. I'm concerned about why would we get rid of Howler Mealy Park and then right next to the hotel have a place where there would be public spaces. Is that going to be a parking lot, or is that going to be an open space that would be interesting to visit? The thing about voter approval, I was on council when that was approved, and it was the idea of the late Rex Hankins. And I say that to you because I really admired this council member. And he was the one that came up with the idea that in order to do anything with parks, especially to remove them, it would require a 60% vote of people to make that decision. Now, here's the problem that I have with you folks rescinding that, is how does it stop? If you do it now, without a vote of the people, when do you do it again? And so, it may not stop with just Alramelis Park. What are the economic advantages to the city and to the people if you try and find other places that may be of equal value? Where are these equal value places that you would like to exchange Alramelis Park? Do you know what they are right now? Do you know where they are? And that I would like to have you think of before you vote on this. My notes don't make a whole lot of sense. I was writing them down quickly. So anyway, again, I would think that you would be thwarting the will of the public if you were to act on your own and to rescind number 1999. It's been so long ago since I acted on it. I'm not sure what it is, but it was unanimously voted by the council that it would require a 60% vote in order to rescind. I'm sorry, in order for City Council to act on that. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Eaton. And this is, just to address your first question, this is the public's time to speak, so we won't engage in a lot of back and forth, but we are writing down your questions, and then once everyone has had a chance to speak, because we're probably going to get some duplicate questions, then we can ask Mr. Lindenberg to answer those questions. So, Julie, who's up next?
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Give me one moment to reset this. Next is Laura Renninger.
Hello, Laura Renninger.
Laura,
Here.
you'll wait one moment, please. Thank you.
We need to get you a faster
It is not
timer.
user-friendly.
An egg timer. There used to be one on the screen. It was really helpful.
I know. This one wants to give you 30 minutes, Laura. I'm sure you'd like that. We want it to be set. Right. One moment. I have to run it around real quick.
Yeah, absolutely.
God, how are you? Yeah, it was fun. Yeah.
Oh, thank you, Laura.
Laura Renninger of 730 Southeast Mailer Street, Oak Harbor. First, I'd like to address transparency. City staff went on record May 21 stating Ordinance 1999 originally came up as a review of ordinances as a general process not related to anything specific. The hard truth is the city hopes Hilton conference rooms will perform a miracle of economic resurgence on Pioneer Way when you have no ability to predict success with this project. Yet council seems willing to abolish the vote of the people to accomplish it. One council member asserted to me, "I believe Oak Harbor needs and wants the Hilton." I disagree. By embracing the concept of building hotel conference rooms, you veer towards control and consumption of the land, rather than the responsibility and stewardship required for governing public parkland. Stewardship is defined in the dictionary as the job of supervising or taking care of something, such as an organization or property. How can giving a developer priority over the public's protection of its parks be considered stewardship? Please do not hold the idea of economic vitality and hotel conference rooms paramount. You have heard many Oak Harbor citizens in a virtual tidal wave of outpouring speak about preserving Ordinance 1999. Coming up with last-minute options to alter the ordinance seems only to pave the way, both figuratively and literally, for loopholes and workarounds for developers. Through a public records request, I obtained email exchanges between a local developer to the city dated 2019. Alarmingly, the developer referenced his proposal for a land swap with the city adjacent to, in, or around Friend Marsh. If you make an exception for the Hilton developer now, are you not setting precedent that others will expect to follow regarding parkland? Regarding Howard Manley Park and its link to social issues such as homelessness, in an email dated January 2024, city staff wrote, "Plans for Hilton take about half of the food forest and the park. I've suggested we give it all over to the Hilton to manage as private property so they can trespass transients." End quote. Devaluing any park due to homelessness does not justify selling or swapping it. Assaults and other nefarious activity have happened in or near places like the skateboard park. Should you sell or swap the skateboard park? I implore you to preserve the integrity of our right to vote. You have heard overwhelmingly from your constituents that we don't want to change Ordinance 1999. I am not anti-Hilton, but I feel it is crucial that the citizens of Oak Harbor continue to have an opportunity to make informed decisions regarding parkland by way of a vote now and for the future. Thank you for listening.
Thank you, Laura. Yeah, that poor microphone. When we can keep it attached, it's... Just take over. Yeah, sure. Well, that's true. Is it... Maggie? Do you have... No. Do you have... We're concerned that the microphone might be crackling, and it's okay in here, but it might be unpleasant to those listening online. Thank you. Thank you. If we need to swap it out, we can do that.
One of the chiefs will gladly give up their mic. There you go.
Who's up next, Julie?
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Next is Kyle Renninger.
This one's muted.
Thank you, Mikhail.
Can you hear me? Could I have my time reset to 3 minutes, please?
I'm going to go ahead and add the extra 10 seconds for you, Kyle.
All right, now 15 seconds. Good evening, City Council. My name's Kyle Renninger. I'm a fifth-generation Whidbey Islander and grew up in Oak Harbor, graduating from Oak Harbor High School in 2008. My current address is 961 Northeast Pennington Loop in Coopville. So tonight is decision night, and I urge you to vote no on this ordinance change. There are many reasons why adopting this change is a bad idea. The public who has reached out and used their voice tirelessly throughout this process, including many new voices who have also commented tonight, which you will see on that screen later and in this room tonight, are clearly and unequivocally opposed to this change to take away the citizens' right to vote, in many cases on the disposal of parkland in Oak Harbor. The people who voted you in as our Democratic representatives want you to vote no. This process has been both eye-opening and deeply concerning. It's clear now the city set out with an agenda based upon a private development that was their idea in which parkland would be sacrificed. We presented alternatives, but those appear to be unheeded. This brings up the point that if the city is the project originator, the rulemaker, reviewer, and decider, have we not lost our necessary checks and balances that government should be fulfilling? Not all economic development projects in the city are being given the same deference and opportunity. That has become clear. Should the city not treat them all fairly? Additionally, the ordinance contains a major loophole. If we are saying that economic development is a necessary public purpose, it could simply be short-circuited and say option C the entire time, rather than A and B. All you have to meet is one of those criteria. This vote will have far and long-reaching consequences if passed. I believe this ordinance change will not have the swift and favorable benefits that you are hoping. In fact, it may be overall slower and more expensive for you. The citizens have pointed this out in our request for you to vote no. As it stands, a vote is an excellent protection for Oak Harbor's parks and should be wholly maintained. Public hearings as an alternative are a roll of the dice, especially when preconceived agendas are involved. The city needs to do a better job, too, of outreach. Focus groups, open houses, outreach to neighbors and civic groups, they all should be outreached to. As it stands, it feels like this got rammed down our throats, right? It really feels like it got rammed down our throats. So as you vote, I hope you vote no. Think of all of those who have reached out to you asking you to vote no. Listen to the public who sent you here. As the decision makers, you will own this decision 100%. There will be no one to blame except for those who vote yes. So please, I implore you, vote no on this ordinance change, retain the right of citizens to vote, and protect Oak Harbor's parks for future generations, much as they have been protected for us for the last 30 years. Thank you for your time. Please vote no.
Thank you, Kyle.
Mayor Pro Tem, next on the list is Amanda Bullis.
Which microphone should I be? This one? Bring it down. This is fun. Okay. Is this good? Great.
Yep. Thank you.
Okay.
One moment, Amanda.
Sure.
All right.
Okay. Amanda Bullis, Whidbey Environmental Action Network, Freeland. At this point, you have heard from at least 100 citizens of this city and county who have told you that they want to keep this election provision as it stands in the city code and that any changes to the election provision are unwelcome. The will of the people is clear. They want to keep their vote unmolested. The original premise for the code revision remains illogical. Regardless of the city staff's assertion that economic development is, quote, a necessary public purpose, it is not necessary or public or with a purpose benefiting the public that meets the threshold of removing or amending an election requirement. The proposed Hilton project that has spurred this desired change, while welcomed by members of the business community who might benefit financially, is decidedly optional and represents private interests. Additionally, the RCW justification for this proposed code change, 3523440, specific powers enumerated, specifically states that City Council has the power to pass ordinances that are, quote, not repugnant to the Constitution of the United States or the state of Washington. This code change may, in fact, be repugnant to the Constitution of the state of Washington, according to Article 8, Chapter 7. Additionally, the revised code change is wholly insufficient for the scope and magnitude of the changes suggested. The code language implies a land exchange program that circumvents a public election, which has not been properly designed, vetted, analyzed, or scrutinized in a responsible, comprehensive way that serves the public interest. The level of planning required to implement an entirely new land exchange program cannot have been done by the city or the council between July 24th and this August 13th meeting. I know you have to goal balance, but today is not the day, and Ordinance 1999 is not the way. You are not ready to implement a code change like this. You haven't done the work. Voting no means you understand the magnitude of this change and are ready to do the work to find better solutions with a greater strategic vision for the future of Oak Harbor's parks. Voting no gives you time, gives you options, gives you the opportunity to really consider a comprehensive strategy for Oak Harbor's parks that involves all stakeholders and works in tandem with your economic development strategy, which your city staff has proposed working on during the comprehensive planning process for the city. Voting no gives you the respect of the people. It shows you have been listening to them. It shows you value the public hearing process that the city staff claims to be sufficient. If you vote yes to amend this election provision and codify a haphazard land exchange program without the proper due diligence, you have proven yourself to have other interests that are not in the best interest of the public you serve. It calls into question your values, your judgment, and your commitment to the people of Oak Harbor. Make the right choice, vote no, and put the Hilton on a ballot. Thank you.
Thank you, Amanda.
Thank you, Mayor. Next is Kathy Chalfant.
Are you ready?
Yes.
My name is Kathy Chalfant, 3071 Angela Lane, Oak Harbor. Council members and mayor, I attended the public hearings on May 21st and July 9th and watched the Park Advisory Committee meeting in June online, as well as the workshop on July 24th. What a circus. And that is being PC. I'd like to say something stronger. When this started in May, the original ordinance read, "No citizen approval at an election shall be required when the city council determines by resolution that some portion or all of a developed park property is required to accomplish a necessary public purpose." Today's briefing, the conclusion is, city staff believes necessary public purposes include economic development of the community as a whole. By the staff's reasoning, the Hilton is an economic development project and should not need an election to go forward. In May, staff believed that an election was needed to go forward with the Hilton. Now they do not. If the staff cannot decide what they're talking about, how can you be ready to move forward? So what have you been doing for 3 months? As Brian Stuckey said, the feedback majority seems to be leave the things the way they are, and we're trying to find ways to worm this through. The public wants to vote on their public parks. I have listened to and gone back and read online all the public comments. I question your listening skills. I repeatedly heard and read, keep the vote and make sure it's 1-to-1 or better. I did not hear an or in there. I have not heard the staff's interpretation. The vast majority of people have not said, we are okay with giving up our vote if the terms are right. You need to do what you should have done from the start. Put the ordinance on hold until you have a comprehensive park plan finished and go forward with the Hilton planning if that is what is important to you. They are two separate issues. The public wants to be able to vote and make sure that their interests are heard. And at the moment, you are demonstrating how important voting is because you are not listening and our interests are not being heard. Many of us are disempowered by being called outsiders or special interest groups with the negative connotation we have been given for fighting for what we believe in. Please keep your prejudices aside and listen to everyone. We are all working for the greater good of Oak Harbor.
Thank you, Kathy. We're definitely going to be getting Julie another timer.
Yes. This one just wasn't intended to go
Is
quickly.
there like, do we have an egg timer?
Well, just for public reference, this was the timer I had when I got here.
That's a little harder to see.
The budget, guys.
Yeah, absolutely.
Next is Kathy Harbour.
Hi, I'm Kathy Harbour, Bayshore Drive, and I just have some questions. After watching the city workshop, the city council workshop, it's just too much. It's so hard. So I'm asking you, does the city ever send out like an advertisement to the world saying, hey, we want a hotel with a conference center, and we have 3 pieces of property that would be perfect, like Alfie's old pizza place near the carnival land, or spend a little money and get Bob Seabo's place that's right east of the Howard Mayleys Park. Do cities do that? Probably yes. No? Okay. When you say the park is going to only lose 2,600 feet, would that be like, I truly don't know. Would that be a fourth of the park is going to be gone or a third of the park? Can you answer that one?
We'll
for me?
have Ray put the schematic back up
I
on
know,
the screen
okay.
after.
I'm just so curious. And then when you talk about swapping, I think Oak Harbor has history on swapping, and it's not good, but it's the value, the property. You want to swap property for another piece of property, a park for another piece of property of the same value. So who decides the value? I don't get that. Do you have a appraiser that does that, or do you take in some information from me because I value stuff? Anyway, I'm curious about that. And then did I hear if a park is over 2,600 feet, it's protected? I think I read that or saw that at your workshop. If it's not over 2,600, it's not protected. So does that mean like big parks win? I mean, they're not going to be messed with? Big is best? That's not true. There's a lot of little parks that are very precious. The majority of our parks are like, what, 5 acres or less? Anyway, I think we can work out something. November isn't far away. So we get half of August, September, October, November. Let the people vote, and then it'll be over with. Amen. Thank you.
Thank you, Kathy.
Thank you, Mayor. Next is Duncan Chalfant.
Hello, I'm Duncan Chalfant. I live at 3071 Angela Lane, and I've been working on this, trying to figure out what is it that really sticks in my craw, right? And so what it is trying to put an overarching ordinance together that lets you do one thing with one particular park. And so if you could deal with Hal Ramaley as just a one-off thing, just, deal with the Hal Ramaley Park and the Hilton or Convention Center or whoever wants to go there as a separate issue than all the parks, okay? So if you think about it, if you had the information and all you needed to do was have the election, you could have been, and you knew about it, say, in April, you could have been done here in August at the primary election. It could have been over. We would know what was going to happen. And instead, we are debating the merits or lack thereof, a proposed city ordinance to reduce or remove the citizens' voting privilege, a privilege granted by a previous city council to guarantee a public process regarding all city park property. Here we are. So what's next? So the council could approve the proposed ordinance with the conditions as written, or the council could decide against the ordinance as proposed. With choice A, the council could do whatever they want with Hal Ramaley to accommodate a hotel conference center development, and then have a hearing and hope that the people don't only remember we used to be able to vote. Or you could wait for option B and not pass this ordinance, and wait for the overall city parks plan, wait for the city-wide ordinance review, and look at any ordinances you wanted to change about parks then. Make your decision with all the information. If you don't change that ordinance, you could still go ahead. The staff believes that economic development is a necessity, so you simply agree with the staff, make whatever changes you want to the hotel convention, have another hearing, and then an election. Don't change the ordinance, let the existing ordinance play out.
Thank you, Duncan.
Oh, one little thing. I sat with Amanda Bullis the other day at Ace Hardware on August 6th for 5 hours. We talked to 50 people. One of them said they were for the ordinance. Everybody else said they would like to keep their voting rights.
Thank you, Duncan.
Thank you, Mayor. Next is Brian Giles.
Thank you. My name is Brian Giles, currently residing at 2019 Briarwood Drive, Oak Harbor. I've been an Oak Harbor resident since 1958. For many of us, time is the most precious thing we have. I want to thank everyone for your time tonight. Thank you. Has anyone been to Coopville lately? Did you find a parking spot? Even after parking at the spot next to the library and walking, they told us it would be an hour and a half wait at Toby's. What's going on? We have good restaurants in Oak Harbor. Maybe it's the Coopville Town Dock that's attracting all those people. They have a gray whale skeleton. Beach Watchers offered it to Oak Harbor and Coopville at the same time. Oak Harbor declined, Coopville accepted. I know because I helped flinch that whale, clean, preserve, and re-articulate the skeleton. Oak Harbor had a town dock. I used to swim and fish from it. Now it's a skeleton, and it's not all that attractive. Traffic infrastructure to the south of our city, of our wonderful town, can be best described as constipated. And now they're making sure there's going to be no chance of making it wider. Speculation with people's land. Speculation is just a fancy word for gambling. Give me my neighbor's property and I'll put in a golf course. I can guarantee more income than he pays in property taxes. Is it the express written will of the people that is retarding progress? Their express written will. I don't think so. We've told you once, we've told you twice. We've spoken and we've put it in writing. Do you ever even listen to our advice? Now, just for the record, are you going to kick the can once more? Please vote no on this ordinance change. Please keep what's intact. Again, thanks for your precious time.
Thank you, Ryan. I want to hear more about that whale rearticulation. That sounds fascinating. So we've...
Mayor Pro Tem, that concludes those
Okay.
that signed up to speak.
Okay, we've reached and exceeded the 15-minute public comment time period. Would council like to extend? Councilor Stuckey.
I move we extend the time another 15 minutes.
Second, it's been moved and seconded to extend our public comment time. Any comments, discussion, concerns? Nope. All in favor, raise your right hand. Any opposed? Okay, that passes unanimously. Thank you. So that's the end of the sign-in sheet.
Yes, Mayor Pro Tem, if any others would like to speak.
Yes, if there's anyone present that has not signed in but would like to speak, now's your opportunity.
And please state their name and address.
Please state your name and address, and you'll have the 3-minute clock hopefully visible to you, so just wait till you see the clock. Thank you.
Okay. Hi, my name is Melissa Duffy, and I live at 665 Southeast Glencoe Street in Oak Harbor. I've been living here for 24 years on this beautiful island. I want to welcome our new police chief and know that you will love it here. It's quite a beautiful place. And I just want to speak in the Coast Salish language. I haichka, si celsium, I haichka, ni kazili, twana ta stiwane kaustekane. This place has been the home of the Coast Salish people for over 10,000 years. The Lower Skagit people inhabited this land. And I witnessed our city digging up, the engineering department digging up the main street and finding skeletal remains. And they were just dumped in a landfill. And then later, whoops, they found out that wasn't a good idea. I'm wondering, has an archaeological consideration been given to this land? The Hal Ramsey Park was put together by the community and maintained by the Garden Club. It's a well-loved site. It's a beautifully kept site. Why would we want to destroy the most precious things we have in our community? Now, think about this, that this waterfront is gold. Are we going to exchange a gold nugget for, some plastic? Are we going to swap the land that is so precious? Who are we going to give that to? What about the 7 generations from now? What about our veterans that have served here? What about the homeless? What about the elders? What about the children, the Little Leagues? I want to keep the waterfront area a place for everybody in perpetuity. I've been to Guimas Island. I looked for a public beach. There was none. All private property. I don't want to see Oak Harbor become like that. You know, this is a very, very precious commodity. Pretty soon, LA to Vancouver, Canada, is going to be one suburb and one city. And what we have here is going to be more and more valuable. You know, Helen Chatfield Weeks, talk about economic development. She was talking about creating a dock and ferry and bringing in economic opportunity in a way that wouldn't destroy the existing habitat. What happened with that? You know, engineering-wise, anyone that drives the roads here, I'm sure our fire department and our police know too, the congestion is terrible. I live a few blocks from this place. No way should we have a place with 100 more people and parking in this area. What about, has there been an assessment of the engineering traffic patterns? You know, I'm for economic development that's sustainable. I'm not, you know, I don't believe we should live in caves. We need to be prosperous as well as environmentally sustainable. The two don't have to be in opposition. But I too believe that we need to really listen to all of our constituency, not just the one part that's going to, like people coming from the outside to enjoy the gold that is here and come and go. We need a conference center downtown. I'm speaking as myself here, but yes, we need large areas where people can come and people can go. But have people thought about the trash? And what about livable wages for people? And what about this low-income housing that was going to be available for the veterans down here? And the social services for the veterans, and all those that have served? It just kind of disappeared. It wasn't wanted because it wasn't economically viable. I care about low-income housing and making it available for everybody to really thrive here. And with that, I pass. Thank you.
Thank you, Melissa. Is there anyone else present who has not spoken yet who would like to speak? Okay. Okay, at this time, I will ask staff to display the written comments that were submitted before the meeting. Sorry, tonight seems to be the night of technical difficulties. I apologize. Thank you, Tim. Can you back up, Tim? Thank you. I understand, but yeah, like they would be available after the fact. So if people exactly right, yeah, that's why we're going to slow them down and let you read them. gotcha. Thank you, Tim. We are going to take a 5-minute recess right now before we settle in for a really long discussion. So I would be happy to talk to you during that recess and hear your suggestion. Okay, we will recess for 5-6 minutes.
Mayor Hillary, can you give me a call when you have a sec?
Hillary? Okay.
Thank you.
We will now reconvene our regular city council meeting. Thank you for everyone's patience. So we've concluded the public comment portion of our public hearing, and at this time, I will turn to council for comments, questions, suggestions, feedback. Councilor Stuckey, go ahead.
I'll be the first to enter the fray. And Ray, thank you for doing this. I don't envy your position. So 2 questions, and I'll get into my thoughts here. One, and we spoke about this before, there is an easement through that park, correct?
Correct.
So let's assume that we leave everything the same way it is. They can still build a road through the food forest portion of it, and there's nothing that council can do. Is that correct?
That is correct. Well, if we can get the
Sure.
aerial photo.
I just want to get that established because, I'm thinking down the line, things stay the way they are and there's a road. I don't want people to think, well, wait a minute.
That will work, yes. So, or do the other one, sorry. That's the goal. Yes, that's the one. So in yellow there, you see there is an existing easement. That's where it goes right there. To be perfectly honest, that doesn't make a ton of sense, but they could use it tomorrow. The purple is a potential swap of an easement, and honestly, I don't know how that really works based on our election requirement as it is now. However, that was what was proposed for the previous application for the Lehigh project, is that they proposed to relocate the driveway over there because, again, it just makes a lot more sense from a circulation standpoint. That being said, I'm not certain, and I would need to consult with our city attorney on how that would work to swap easements. I think that we can do it at a staff level because it's not truly swapping the land, it's just an easement, but I'm not certain on that, so don't quote me on it. But right now, yellow is where an easement goes through. I can tell you that some of those trees are going to have to go away because of where a road would be constructed there. It doesn't impact the food forest directly, but the secondary issue is, especially with that odd angle, is that cars coming out, going south onto Bayshore, are going to have a hard time seeing, and so anything that's growing within a 30-foot triangle of that corner will need to be removed or cut down to about 30 inches in height. So that would affect, what's growing there is that you got the sight triangles, safety issues for pedestrians and cars, and then probable loss of trees. And I can't say for certain on that either, but you're going to be impacting some root zones there for sure.
And that's not anything council will vote on or anything that is what it is. So I just want to make sure that we're understanding on that. I hear a lot of people saying vote no, and it's a procedural, it's not a vote no, it's just take no action if we were to leave things the way it is, correct?
Yes. You can.
Okay, so sometimes we get to things and things stay the way they are and there wasn't like a finality. No action means no, just so everyone's clear. I also believe in doing some of my own research, and someone can correct me if I'm wrong. There has been some comment about putting things on the ballot. That date has passed. I do not believe it could be on the ballot for November. I think August 6th was the last day to get something on the ballot. So the idea that we could put it on this November, it just couldn't happen. Does that sound right?
And that's also making the assumption that the developer would want to go through that
Sure.
process. As
Sure.
I mentioned before, it's really difficult to come up with a full set of plans and spend the money and go through that process with zero
Right.
certainty at the end.
Yeah, I wouldn't do it. So I guess my thoughts are, objectively, not subjectively, objectively, the vast majority, not all, but the vast majority of the comments we've received have been to leave things the way they are. And, we can kind of mold and massage those comments to fit a narrative if we want. Over half the comments are out of city limits. Let's just go ahead and disregard those. Special interest groups are rallying. Well, let's just go ahead and disregard those. People are more likely to speak negatively about something than positively. Well, let's just go ahead and disregard those. But we shouldn't, and we can't. The facts are we see more input on this than any other thing I can remember recently. I mean, there was the sculpture survey, but that was a different format. Sorry, I got the one. If we change things, we as a council have to look at the majority of people and say, we heard you, we did the opposite. And then if we do the opposite, and we have something that requires a sale or a swap of parkland, we have to convince people that this will be different. That, we didn't hear you that last time. We didn't do what you said that last time, but we'll do it this time. And I don't know if I would trust that myself. Personally, I'm for a Hilton. I'm for a convention center, and I understand giving the city flexibility. But with this amount of feedback, I think my opinion's a little more irrelevant. I believe that doing anything other than leaving that vote of the people would be doing a disservice to our community and those who elected us to represent them. Thank you.
Councillor Wiesner.
Thank you, Mayor. I haven't typed up any statements. Ray, correct me if I'm wrong, and again, first off, I guess I want to say this is anytime we get into development and development codes, I mean, the code book is hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of pages long, and we certainly don't expect everybody in the community to sit down and go through the codes and the comprehensive plan and the downtown development district documents that we've created or any of that stuff. But let's face it, that's what you live every single day, and so that's why I want to make sure that I'm understanding this clearly also, right? Because again, this is not a full-time deal. We don't sit here 50 hours a week reading the codes like you do. But from what I understand, again, this is private property, just like Alfie's is private property and the property next to it is private property. We don't get to control what goes on the property as long as it meets code. We don't get to say this isn't a great location. Go buy the Alfie's property from the people who may or may not want to sell it and build there. We don't get to do any of that. We get to interpret the codes, and from what I understand, as the codes are currently written, which we've been working on for the last 11 years, creating these downtown development codes to attract, hopefully, a waterfront hotel. I mean, that's been in the downtown development plan since, I think, 2011. If I'm not mistaken, the hotel can go here with no action.
That is correct.
Okay. If we do nothing, we will most likely end up with a hotel here. We could end up with the driveway through the food forest. We'd end up with the existing park space as it currently sits, which is basically some blacktop or some concrete. And we just wouldn't have, from what I understand, meeting rooms based upon the developer and the hotel company's requirements for parking spaces. And it's above and beyond the city requirements, because the hotel chain, from what I understand, has a requirement for the number of parking spaces that the hotel must have in order to meet the hotel chain's
that's
requirements.
correct. Yep.
So I just want to make sure everybody is clear. This is not a conversation about whether the Hilton Hotel is coming to Oak Harbor or not. We really don't get to have any control on that. If the developer came in tomorrow with a plan drawn up, it would not become before City Council. City Council does not have a vote on it. As long as it meets all the codes, there's no conditional use permitting required. There is an entire process, however, to go back to, for example, the archaeological. There's an archaeological process that has to go through. There's obviously a building permit process that has to go through. There's a development process, a construction process, and it's going to be no different than anything else we would be building in a sensitive area, because we do understand this is sensitive from an archaeological standpoint. So all those statements correct.
That is correct. I think it's important to note, like you mentioned, the archaeology. We have a city archaeologist who takes care of that stuff. The traffic study, there will be a traffic study submitted with it. It will probably find that, yes, it will add traffic, but it's not going to create failure, is what traffic engineers would call it, in any of our streets, that we're not going to cause traffic jams with the traffic generated by a hotel. There's flood elevation, there's building code issues, there's all that stuff, and that will be addressed through the site plan and building permit reviews, yes.
And whether we do something today or not, that's all, that process does not change.
The potential is there, yes.
Okay. So really what we're talking about today is whether or not we want to leverage something that the city owns to create a development agreement in which the city gets something in return for. And in this case, we're talking about actually redeveloping this park at the expense of the developer.
Correct.
And that development agreement is a item that would come before council and would garner public comment. It would be an action item. Public would have the opportunity to look at that development agreement, look at what the proposed improvements to the park are, look at what the city is getting in return for this 2,600 square feet, which is what we're talking about here in reconfiguring. That all, again, comes back before public comment, city council, and we all have to determine that that's beneficial to the city.
Yeah, that's correct. And I think it's important to note that, when we go through these types of processes, staff gives you a staff report, an agenda bill that goes through and talks about all of the potential, numbers, data, statistics, professional planning experience, all that sort of stuff. And when we talk about, there was concern about appraisals. Somebody brought that up earlier, that what's the property worth? Well, we have professionals and certified professionals who take care of that and figure that out for us. And so that's data that's backed up by professionals, by experts in the field, and that's what we base our information on. When we give you that information, we provide a recommendation. It's not because it's the seat of our pants or, somebody's influenced us or something like that. That is our, professional opinion based on years of experience and the data that goes along with that. So when we present that to you and give you that decision-making ability, then we are basing all of that and giving you that information to do that with.
And then when it comes to council, you're relying on council to have done its homework too, right? And read the 600-page packets that we get and
Of course.
The thousands of pages we go through in a month, and the training we go through at the Association of Washington Cities, and the training we go through back in Washington, D.C., in which we look at how other cities are using development agreements to rebuild parks, infrastructure, et cetera. Development agreements have only been around in Washington State since 1995, which, seems like a long time. It's been, almost 30 years, 29 years. We, of course, as a city have not really taken advantage of them. They were initially designed for larger, complex projects in large cities, but we're finding more and more of that being taken advantage of. For example, the Island County, if I'm not mistaken, you probably know about this project too, Ray, so correct me if I'm wrong with any of this. Because, of course, we're gathering up our information from a ton of different sources, just like the public does sometimes. If I'm not mistaken, Island County is entering into a development agreement on Swantown Road with a developer to develop a affordable housing project on county land. The county spent $1.5 million, roughly, if I'm not mistaken, for that land. And in exchange, the county is going to be basically giving that land to that private developer through a development agreement in order to create affordable housing.
Right.
And I think there's a similar development agreement going on with the county on Oak Harbor Road, if I'm not mistaken. And again, it involves a property well north of $1 million that the county paid for, that's going to be handed over to a developer through a development agreement to create that affordable housing.
Correct.
And we're finding more and more cities and counties using development agreements to build out infrastructure. Nowhere in our CIP, if I'm not mistaken, again, correct me if I'm wrong, I do consider you the authority on this, and that's we do rely upon you for this. It's nowhere on the CIP. We have no money in the budget whatsoever to spend on developing Howard Maley Park. I don't think it's anywhere on our park radar screen. I know we just got done with some 6-year CIP forward-looking stuff. I don't think we've got any money or plans to spend on redeveloping that park at this point.
Not that I'm aware of. I know that Brian's in the back room and he can comment on that if he wants to, but not that I'm aware of, no.
I mean, and again, we're looking at ways to energize parks, right? We're looking at ways to get people into the parks, and one of the ways to get into the parks is to have access. I think part of the proposal, that at least what we envision in our mind in this development agreement, which again has to all be drawn out, thought out, negotiated, brought back before council, brought back before public comment, before a decision is made on, is a promenade carrying us down from Pioneer Way down into this park. So this park becomes accessible from Pioneer Way as well as the lower fields. Is that correct?
Yeah, that's correct. And the thing is about it too is that this plan was submitted to us, the one that was up on the screen a little while ago, was submitted to us back in January, I believe. And the conversation that led up to that was me telling the developer, look, you need to come to some sort of one-to-one ratio here, because otherwise I don't think that the city council is even going to consider this.
No.
And then it was when we went through that process of trying to figure out how a development agreement would work in this situation that the attorneys found out that, you know, this is going to run into a roadblock here because there's this requirement in your code that says that you have to have an election, and you should probably work on that and see if it needs to be fixed. And so that's what we did. The plans haven't changed because they're very preliminary plans. And the plans themselves, honestly, are above and beyond anything that I expected them to submit to us, because I was just looking for some dotted lines to see how much land we're talking about. They went over the top and said, okay, well, here's the plan that we have for restoring or renovating Howler Maley Park. And I asked them point blank when we were sitting across the table from each other, is it your plan to pay for this? And they said, yes. And so when you look at the plans there, they have all sorts of, you know, new stuff for the park, right? And one of the things that we talked about when I went and talked to our park staff was, gosh, maybe it'd be cool to do like a food truck court or something like that. We're talking about ideas and going back and forth and discussing and negotiating this out, which is part of the process. And to be perfectly honest, if we presented something to you all that you didn't like, you say no, or go back to the drawing board. This is not good enough. And that's why we have that value proposition thing in there. Is 150% seems like a pretty good return for, you know, giving up a little bit of land. And we're talking about 2,600 square feet of about a 27,000 square foot park for this particular location. And in the future, you know, maybe it's another small sliver, or maybe it's a larger portion, and we're talking about millions of dollars of improvements to a park. Who knows? But right now, we're just talking about one ordinance that would allow flexibility.
And of course, this would be done with private dollars versus city dollars, which, as we all know, is a big difference. 250,000 private dollars is pretty equivalent to $1 million city dollars, it seems like, these days with Jarvis Bacon and stuff. And again, correct me if I'm wrong, and understand for the people listening, it's not like we have all of this information at our fingertips. I mean, all this information comes from plans that have, you know, gone on over the last 13 years, comes from our downtown development ordinances, comes from our comprehensive plans, our capital improvement plans. It comes from years of discussion, and then it comes from we've got developers, and we've got the money people behind the developers, which I understand are fairly local, along with the actual site superintendents and stuff. There's a lot of places to gather information up, and from what I understand, originally this proposal was presented to the city as it was going to be a restaurant with some apartment units that were going to go on this property, which again meets city code. But we as a city went back to them and said that was an underutilization of the particular property. We do have on us from the state of Washington a requirement for highest and best use, and that's it's kind of self-imposed, but it's also imposed by the state of Washington through the growth management plan, that we can't allow a property to be underdeveloped, right? And so if I understand, this actually came to us beginning of 2023 or something with a proposal for a pizza restaurant and an apartment. Is that about right?
I want to say it was mid-2023, but again, don't quote me on that. What the proposal was a one-story brew pub building that would be located closer to Pioneer Way, and 15 to 17-ish residential units that were essentially modular units that they were going to kind of place on the site, one story with surface parking. And at the time, we could have gone through and approved that. You know, we could have said, yes, this meets our code technically, but it's not, like you said, the highest and best use. And talking to the applicant, I said, look, I think that we can do better here. And to his credit, he came back with something that was of a larger, more appropriate scale and from the planning standpoint, point of view. So that was when they came back. They came back with a proposal for the smaller scale of the two hotels. We discussed that. We said, yes, this is something that you could move forward with from a land use standpoint. It meets the zoning and everything. And then they had gone back and forth with their folks at Hilton, and Hilton said, well, what would you like to do this more fully featured hotel that has the meeting rooms and everything? And they said, sure, let's go with that. That required them to have a little bit more space requirement. And that's where this whole thing came in. And the important thing, I think, also is from the fully featured aspect of this hotel is it doesn't have a restaurant, which is good for our local restaurants. Because, you have all those folks in those hotel rooms that are going to be hungry. So they're going to go to the local grocery store or the local restaurants, et cetera. So it's not like it's on its own island there, that's a self-sufficient, kind of sucking sound of downtown that people arrive there and never come out. It would be, a genuine benefit. And the thing is that, again, from a planning standpoint, professional opinion from years of experience, that this is a potential economic benefit. I do want to point out that we never put in the revised code anything about economic benefit being a public necessity. That was something I put in the staff report. It's not in the code. And that is an important distinction because that's saying that the interpretation of the city council when you're going through and reviewing this will not include that. It still includes the utilities, which is the thing that originally was carved out of that code when it was originally written. So I think that's an important distinction too.
Yeah, it's important to understand that, several people commented about the concern of the language in here that said if it's required to accomplish a necessary public purpose, right? Several people commented about that language. That's already in the code. That's not anything that we're looking to address. And the reality is, I think we as council gave direction to staff, and staff agreed with us that we didn't want to invoke that because we felt as though that was an end run if we were to try and use that language to create something. So instead, we've come forward with a proposed compromise based upon a lot of the feedback we got when we originally started discussing this item 4 months ago. And the reality is, this has been in discussion with this developer for a year now. And we've had 4 months that we've been discussing it as a council, and we've had 4 rounds of public comments now. And we've been able to take public comment from people who use the parks, not just people inside the city limits, which by a vote, the only people who would have the right to vote are people inside the city limits. I do get a little concerned, when some people are a little confused and they talk about their taxpayer dollars funding City of Oak Harbor Parks, but they live outside the city. The city isn't getting tax revenue from them. That goes to the county. Now, with that said, I understand the county supports our parks, and sometimes that money funnels back through us. But again, I just want to make sure that we're all understanding a lot of this. I will say that I did call a couple of people on that list of public comments, people that I knew or people who provided me their phone number, and I supplied some of the information that you and I have discussed, and it was information they didn't have, and I think that's the challenge. It's even the challenge for us, right, as a council with all of the paperwork. But at this point in time, we're not approving this to happen. Number one, I want to make sure we're clear of that. We're not approving a hotel going there. That's a whole nother process, and quite frankly, the hotel can go there through that process, it appears, at least on the surface. Based on your pre-app, I think you guys had a pre-app that kind of indicated that. And we do have a whole nother process now to look at if there is a development agreement created, to come back before a council to make sure that development agreement is appropriate, and there will be public comment there. So we don't know what all this is going to look like, but what we're doing is we're trying to pave the way to have the good faith negotiations with the developer to see if we can turn this into something that's favorable for the city. Would that be a correct statement also?
I think that's a fair statement, yes.
Okay. Thanks for being there for us, Ray. Appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilor Hoffmeyer.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. You're a natural in that seat, by the way. You know, wanted to address a few of the comments that were made. There was a former council member. I mean, she's right about one thing. I think she's one of my biggest fans. But she said the process has been a communications nightmare from the start. I believe that, you know, and I think the reason that happened is there's no way we could, there's no way we could expect our planning department to be experts in, you know, what might be a political fallout, if you will. You know, we have one of the most amazing communications directors in the world now, and I think this administration is, you know, doing a much better job with communications. So I think if we had it all to do over again, we would have probably led with, hey, you know, we're going to adjust a property line and it's only 2,600 square feet. Probably wouldn't have turned into what it has turned into. You know, another comment that was made, and this is just my opinion, everybody can have an opinion, but as far as, you know, the values and the commitment and the judgment of this council, in my mind, all 7 council members, you know, are beyond reproach in that regard. Just an opinion. You know, quite often in life, you know, especially in politics, you know, in government, you know, when it comes to, you know, public involvement even, you know, what you're trying to do typically is effectuate as much public change as possible. So we see where the ordinance, where the proposed ordinance started, and now we're looking at, you know, if you look at the remaining options, progress is being made. You know, if council decides to move ahead with option 3, for instance, everybody that has showed up and given public comment and participated in this, they've been heard. That's a win. You know, I hope that if that's where this shakes out, I hope everybody doesn't take their marbles and go home. I hope that they do feel that a big, huge impact on this was made. And, you know, ultimately, anybody that lives in the city of Oak Harbor, you know, feel free to run for office coming up if you don't feel heard. And if you live outside of city limits, donate. Because I do see silver linings in things. Everybody sitting in this room would make a marvelous council member. So at the end of the day, this is one of the toughest decisions that has came our way in a while. At the end of the day, you know, I do feel that the public has given us a very strong directive that, you know, economic development in Oak Harbor is incredibly important as well. And, you know, you try to balance out all the impact. You try to weigh all the knowledge you have. And at the end of the day, you know, I will be voting with the majority on this particular item. So I just want everybody to know you have been heard and a lot of positive changes being effectuated. So thank you.
Thank you. Any other council comments, questions, concerns? Councilor Marshall.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Honestly, I don't even know where to begin. Ray, I guess I'll start by asking a question. Our PRDs, a lot of our parks are public parks. Are parks within developments, right? They're community parks, and they created as part of a PRD, and then they're gifted to the city. What kind of restrictions are on those types of parks?
I can't say without seeing individual ones. Generally, I don't even want to comment on that, to be perfectly honest, because it depends on how it was written into the individual ordinance that approved that PRD. And so there might be a little variety there. I do know that the Parks Commission came up with a list of parks that are either deed or grant restricted in some way that can't be transferred out. Right. But I can't say for certain about those neighborhood parks. What I can say is it's not an automatic thing that things could be sold. And I think that's a fear that I'm hearing a lot, is that people think that we're just going to start willy-nilly selling things off. And if we have this process by which we go through and say, for instance, somebody wants to come in and develop condos in Shadow Glen Park, and they propose to us a site plan, they say, we want to acquire this land and we want to exchange it for, X property somewhere else. We bring that before you and we say, here's the data. they meet the 1-to-1 ratio. However, the park or the land that they've proposed is in Coupeville. It doesn't work. Therefore, we recommend denial of this. You deny it. There are still many guardrails that are built into our code and built into the development agreement process that allow you to say no. And it feels like there's a lot of concern that people are saying, well, if somebody comes in, waves money under our nose collectively, then we're just going to sell parks. And I don't see that happening, because I love our parks in this city. I love this city. I think it has tremendous potential. And I think that using some strategic changes like this will allow for greater flexibility. And this is not about selling off entire parks. This is not about one parcel in particular. This is trying to make a code, make an ordinance that will make it a little bit easier for some projects to make minor changes. And that's really what it is. This is a minor change. This is less than 10% of Howard Park. This is a situation where somebody has come in and offered to make significant upgrades to a public park. And so I think it's a good idea to listen. And if they come in with a development agreement and you don't like it, you say no. And that's how it can work, is we can go through that process. It can be perfectly transparent. There's been a lot of concern about transparency. And I think that this process that we're having right now is totally working. We're coming up with comments. We are getting comments from people. We developed 5 different options from which to have a menu last time, and all of those were based on public comment. The 1-to-1 ratio was based on a public comment. The 150% was based on a comment by a city councilor. So all of these things we have talked about and tried to go through as to build in protection so that we're not giving away the farm. And I don't think that we are.
No, I would agree with you. This process, as it's intended, is working. I mean, had we just put this on a ballot with the language to strike the election requirement, we wouldn't have this opportunity for public discourse. We wouldn't have the opportunity to have these conversations. We wouldn't have the opportunity to make adjustments based upon the feedback that we've received. It would either be on the ballot as written, and then it either passes or fails. There's no opportunity to make amendments, adjustments, to have this kind of conversation. And having this public hearing process has allowed for that. And to say that voices aren't being heard, they are being heard. This is why we've made the adjustments to, or proposed adjustments that we have made, is based upon the feedback that we've received. I too, like Councilmember Wiesner, have spoken to a number of people that have written, and in having conversations with them, when we were done with the conversation, it was not as what they had thought it was. The proposal was not what they intended or what they believed it to be, and could get behind the compromises that we have presented. And so I would recommend in the compromises that with the 1-to-1 land swap, that we add the restriction of up to 10,000 square feet. That's would be my suggestion, which still protects the vast majority of our parks. We couldn't go and do a 1-to-1 land swap with a large park, which still in some regards is problematic in that, we recently purchased, and I don't know how recently, 5-6 years ago, 75 acres with the specific intent that we were going to build a regional sports complex there. And that was why we spent the $1 million of taxpayer money, was for that project. And we have since found out that we can't do that. The Navy doesn't want us to put outdoor lights out there. So we now have a 75-acre parcel that has been deemed parkland, that we have no other choice. We can't sell it, we can't trade it, we can't do anything with it other than activate it as park space, which we intend to do now. We're gonna put trail system and disc golf. But had we have a developer that says, okay, well, we'll take that 75 acres and we'll trade you with 75 acres somewhere else, then we could build a regional sports complex that we had talked about doing initially. But we don't have that option. And even with that 10,000 square feet, we wouldn't have that option. But it still allows some additional protections, and hopefully people will see that it is a compromise based upon what we've heard. There's no sale of parkland without a public vote, right? The ordinance that's being proposed is a 1-to-1 land swap, potentially with up to 10,000 square feet, or the 1-to-1 or to 150% value, correct?
That is correct.
And to me, that's a compromise. We've taken the feedback, we've heard it, but we're still trying to move forward with a long-stated public goal of having a hotel and a conference center in our downtown. And ultimately, to achieve that, we're giving up 2,600 square feet of Howard Malley Park, and we're getting a redeveloped park in return. With that, I support that. Thank you.
Thank you, Eric. Any other council comments, questions? Councilor Wittgenstein.
Well, hi, everybody. How we doing? Let's all breathe, because I think I heard that from a couple of people today. So thank you. What's the, and if you can know it, great, but I'm curious as to what the state requirement is for park green space per capita, or is there one? I mean, don't we have to have it a certain amount per our residential population, right?
I don't believe that we have a requirement. We have a recommendation.
Oh, it's a recommendation.
Yes.
Okay, so we could sell all our parks if we were crazy and wanted to piss off everybody in Oak Harbor.
I do not support that.
Correct, right, and neither would I, obviously. I mean, when this was first presented in May, I was very encouraged by all the outpour from all of Whidbey Island residents, because that's what we were hearing from, and that's what we're still hearing from, is the majority of our comments are Whidbey Island resident comments, not within the city limits. The majority are not coming from within the city limits. There are quite a few. I did a tally tonight. There is, I think 28 comments from Island County and 17 from within the city limits. Just in my tally as we were going through those, not including the ones from inside town, inside here, right? I didn't tally those in time, but there were, again, that speaks to the majority. Even many of the speakers tonight were not residents of the city of Oak Harbor. Many of you were, right? And I mean the city limits of Oak Harbor. I'm not talking about outside the city limits. And that doesn't weigh in my vote. I'm just saying that that's that input that we're getting. I had a couple of questions. Some of them have been answered. How does this help or hurt our infrastructure in that particular area of town? And that may be outside your scope because it's more public works, but I can remember our public works director coming in and really emphasizing last year how, the dire we are in some of our infrastructure. And my understanding through the education I've taken and learned through AWC, as well as many conversations I've had with other cities, redevelopment is a really great way to improve aging infrastructure at very little cost to the city, because the redevelopers do that, or the development does that. And so that's why I asked the question is, how does this help or hurt potential movement with our aging system that's already existing down there? And I know it's aging because I have an office downtown, and I've got to run the water to get the rust out, right? And that's partly the building that's 1890 something, right? So,
non-engineer, I have spent some time and gotten the osmosis, but my impression would be it's neutral, because a lot of what they're connecting to, whether it's sewer or water, et cetera, have been rebuilt through the Pioneer Way project. That's a brand new road. So that portion, the northern portion, is pretty much all new. It's got new sidewalk, new curbs and gutter, new street trees, et cetera, et cetera. On the south side, there's a comment about the one-way street, and the one-way street won't be affected because the parking lot will be entered off of Bayshore, which is a two-way street. So when you look at those things, when you talk about traffic, the traffic will be able to disperse off of Bayshore, go either east or west or wherever they're going to from there. The water treatment plant is very close by. All of these things, I think, are well within the capability of our existing infrastructure there. So I believe it would be neutral at this point. There will be impacts, of course, but not impacts that the infrastructure can't handle. Okay. And one of the things that Mr. Schuler was talking about was, paying for stuff paying for new things with impact fees, with park development fees, with all those sorts of things. And that's going to be part of what happens with any new development that happens on that property.
Thank you. When we first started discussing this as a council, as one of our constituents put earlier, and Councilor Hoffmeyer indicated too, early on it felt really ugly in the communication, and that's why I was adamant on that meeting, like, hey, wait, slow down. This is something's didn't feel right? And we asked for more options, and the council everybody supported that, and you guys have done that, and I thank you for your time and effort put into that completely, and I do appreciate all the comments and input from our community and those that live within and outside of our city limits, and that utilize Oak Harbor as a hub for the island. We're grateful for all that, and we continue to do that. We may not always agree on everything. We may not always agree on the tactics of everything as well, and that's why we live where we live. We get that freedom of speech to be able to do that, and so thank you for expressing that and sharing those. I've been kind of going back and forth the whole time because I hear you, the people speaking the loudest, and I also hear the people that I have conversations with that aren't even anywhere near that don't exercise their right to come and speak and do this thing. And it's not an easy decision to sit up here and make. We have looked, and we have been talking about this as far back as I can remember in this community about how do we be a viable community going forward? How do we maintain what we have and allow for growth as well? We have to figure this out, and we have to be able to do it in a way that's going to be as painless as possible. If we put all these barriers in for development, or we don't find ways to encourage developers to come off the I-5 corridor and come all the way into our island to help with our failing infrastructure and build more affordable housing and all these things as well, we're going to be just kind of sitting here idle with the same stuff we're having. We're going to have kicking this can down the road further and further and further. And I didn't run to be sitting on this seat to just kick the can and not taking action, not redefining our ordinances in order to help the whole community, protecting our large parks, which I feel we've done a great job in this compromise to do, and allowing and paving a road to have conversations with those developers that would be interested in bringing their business to our community. I would be failing at what I said I was going to do. So I appreciate all the input and the heartfelt and the emotion behind many of who spoke tonight. And I thank you for your time and your consideration on that. At this point in structure, I'm in support with moving forward with what's being recommended. I hadn't fully made my mind up, but hearing the facts and understanding the full circumstances of it, I believe it is the right choice for Oak Harbor 30 years down the road. I don't believe that if we keep kicking the can, we're ever going to be able to have great grandkids enjoying what this gold nugget of a community we has. And so, thank you for your time.
Thank you, Chris. Councilor Arms.
Thank you all for coming. You know, sometimes maybe you think we don't hear you. I've read your comments, I've listened to you, and I do understand this is a difficult decision. This is why we're here. We spend not only time in council, but this has been an ongoing process, since ever April. That's all I talk about. What do we want to do? What do we don't want to do? And I'm thinking about it constantly. I had a over 30-minute discussion with somebody explaining what this was all about. I took the time. I said I was available. You know, people don't come and call me or visit me. There's nothing more I can do. I've reached out to lots of people. And I'm not saying that maybe you didn't hear my voice or you didn't hear that, and that's okay. But I'm just saying that's who I am. I didn't get on council just to rubber stamp everything. I take it to heart. And maybe, you know, when I'm downtown in Oak Harbor on Monday, and I'm usually there almost every single Monday, I see the businesses closed, I see the tourists wondering where to go, and I see a community that's struggling. And I have to listen to their voice as well. And their voice is saying we need help. And we can't continue to close that door to them. As difficult as the decision is, we also have to look at all those people that put in their money, their time, and energy to try to make a business thrive. And they have said repeatedly that this is what they want, what they think will help. Maybe it won't. We don't have that crystal ball to see the future. But they are struggling. And we are a tourist town, whether we want to admit it or not. That's what's happened over the years, long before I came here. And so we have to listen to everybody. We're listening. We hear you. We are careful with our parks. We have done a fabulous job of doing things with our new park director, of reinventing these parks, making them better, making sure the ball fields are taken care of. We have taken that into consideration. We talk about what are we losing, what are we gaining, and we have that new park. It's 75 acres. That's a lot of acreage for us to develop and do, and it will be a thriving park. We've already renamed it. We've already renamed one of the trails. She's the slippery squirrel, but anyway, but we have listened to you. So when we make this decision, it's not because we didn't hear you. We're looking at all. We're not, we have to, because we have to bring, whether we like it or not, we're gonna have to bring business, we're gonna have to bring housing. It's just the way. If you look at the comp plan, it's not nice. But that's what we're hearing from the state. And we're going to struggle to try to do the best to make sure that we don't disrupt any of our parks and do all that. So I appreciate you coming, whether you think I do or not. I take this seriously. This is on my mind constantly. I am looking at everything all the time. This is... Well, that's what happens when you're retired, or supposedly. I think about this all the time. So if you want to communicate with me, I'm more than happy to listen, have coffee with you, and do what we can, what you think that we need. And that's how I feel about it. So I probably agree with Chris. We will vote on something, and, you know, we appreciate everything that you've done. And thank you again for coming.
Thank you, Barbara. That just leaves me. Okay. I've got a bunch of questions. Ray. The original Hilton proposal, is this the original schematic, or is this with the revised, the expanded?
This is the expanded
Okay.
version 2 of the hotel, yes.
Okay, right, yeah, because I see the line with the...
Yeah.
Okay. Could you, or I guess this would be a Tim thing, go back to the visual that you had where you had the actual 2,600 square feet blocked out? There was a question about that during...
There's a PDF in the folder, Tim, that says...
it was displayed...
It was just a black and white.
It was black and white,
yeah. I forget what it was titled, sorry.
Oh, gosh, sorry, thank you.
There it is. Yeah.
That. So to clarify, the hatched-in space where Tim's cursor is now,
Yes.
that is the 2,600 square feet in question.
So, actually, Tim, if you can go back to the previous one that has all the colors on it.
Oh, gosh, okay. I'll ask you the question and let you decide which
Yeah,
slide
No, it's fine.
applies.
This is a good introduction. This is what the applicant provided to us.
Okay.
No, the other one.
The slide before the one you just showed.
It's got multiple colors on it, not just two.
Thank you, Tim. We love you, Tim.
That one, the black and white one was one that was submitted to us by the applicant. That's the one, thank you. And I went through and truthed it. I wanted to make sure that the scale was correct and everything, so we weren't giving out bad information. So this one here, essentially what that is, if you can zoom out a little bit. So there's a blue portion that's adjacent to Pioneer Way. That portion and the kind of greenish one that's the triangle that's down by on the left, lower left corner, yeah, that one there. Those two were proposed to equal the purple one, the larger purple one to the right. What we found is that the blue one at the top will need to be dedicated to the city anyway, so we can't count that.
Right.
Because it's, for whatever reason, that property line goes all the way out past the sidewalk. It shouldn't be there, but we need to get it dedicated to the city, so we're going to do that. We're not going to count it because that's just not fair.
Right.
So essentially what happens is the greenish triangle is not equal to the purple, and that's where the 2,600 square feet comes in. The other concept is, and this hasn't been planned, but it's something we've discussed, is that I talked to the developer, the applicant, about the possibility of including a walkway. They do have a walkway going down on the east side of the building that's adjacent to the driveway that goes down into Orlando's.
Okay.
The concept there would be to widen that out a little bit, landscape it, and make it a pair to Serendipity Lane. Then they could dedicate that to the city as part of a land swap. So it could potentially become a one-to-one again. And that's what we were kind of aiming for before we started this whole process. So that's been on hold for them. And again, going back to the very original on this, the concept was when we brought it in and the communication breakdown that kind of happened was we were viewing this downstairs in the planning department as just being a code amendment to talk about what we need to do to make things more streamlined and more fair and streamlined for the overall, process. People started talking about this, so we had to bring it back in. So that's where we're at. That's where the 2,600 square feet falls, is the difference between that green triangle and the purple shape.
Okay, thank you. Yet there had been a question during public comment about exactly, how much of the park we're discussing. And to be, because I wish I had brought it, but we received, I'm guessing we all received, there was an anonymous letter in our mailbox from someone in the garden club. And this person had written a several-page letter, handwritten. You could tell they had used a straight edge and there wasn't a single mistake, so I don't know how many times they had to start over. And hand printed this letter, made 7 copies of it and put it in our mailbox. And all they said was that they were in the part of the garden club. I don't know who it was, so I couldn't call them, but their concern was that we were replacing Hal Ramaley Park with a Hilton. And we're putting a Hilton on Hal Ramaley Park, and that's not remotely what we're asking. Like, Hal Ramaley Park will still exist. It's still there. We're just talking about straightening a boundary line and then doing a swap. So effectively, I just want to make, for my own comfort and clarification, the council has always held to a no net loss of park standard. When we remodeled Windjammer and we had to put a building in there, we made sure that there would be no net loss of actual park square footage. And that's been an informal standard, but we've always all held to it. And so specifying the 1-to-1 ratio, in my mind, is us effectively codifying that no net loss standard. Would that be an accurate?
No, I think that's
statement?
Perfectly accurate because, there was some bad information that went out and people started being very concerned that we were going to sell off parks, right? And that the Hilton was going to take up this entire space.
Right.
And we've been battling against that since April, and people still believe that. And I hear it sometimes. You see it in some of the comments that people truly think that that's what's happening. That's not what's happening. And the 1-to-1 ratio, yeah, totally, absolutely. It puts that in writing. And the thing is about the 1-to-1 ratio too, to me, is it makes it much easier to quantify. When somebody comes in with this piece of paper that says, hey, I would like to get 2,699 square feet of city park, we say, you need to provide us 2,700 square feet of city park. It makes it really easy. The problem is the attorneys got a hold of it and said we have to make sure that the values add up too. But that's okay. And that's good. That's a good protection. Is that we make sure that we have that one-to-one, we make sure that the value is equal or better, because then we're not getting kind of shafted on the deal.
Sure.
And it's a benefit for everybody. And if we go through and we don't get a one-to-one, we get the 150%, which can also be a good deal. At the same time, if we're going to do the 150%, we have those guardrails through the development agreement. If you feel like it's too much land, if you don't want to give up 50 square feet of land, say no. So.
Thank you. I appreciate I think the options at the last meeting where we could do a value ratio or a land ratio, but I appreciate let's do both. Let's cover all of our bases, and so that we're not losing anything. So, the compromise as presented, if we're going to be losing any park, if we're losing a square foot of park, that will still trigger the election contingency. Is that correct?
So you can choose one of two paths. Either you do one-to-one.
Okay.
Or you do 150% value.
Gotcha.
So to be perfectly honest, I would encourage, and I did with this particular project, encourage the one-to-one.
But the value still has to be equal or greater.
Right. If for whatever reason, this developer or whatever other developer says, we just can't make that work, we need 2,500 square feet, I say, okay, well, if you're going to take 2,500 square feet and that 2,500 square feet is worth $10,000, then you need to provide us at least $15,000 worth of improvements. And it's going to be more than that. And because if we're talking about how much that 2,500 square feet is worth, I'm not an appraiser, but I do know that what the improvements that they proposed, if we follow through with that project, will be significantly more valuable and a significant benefit to the community.
Correct. So there's also seems to be another point of clarification that needs to be explained. Was the Hilton project, just the hotel going on that privately owned, was that ever subject to a vote?
No.
Do we ever put developments or new construction or anything on the ballot for a vote? Is that a thing?
It could be a thing. The Development Services Director has the ability to, actually, I'll take that back. Development Services Director has the ability to put it to you for a decision if it's subject to significant public controversy or things like that. That's why a few years ago, the Lehigh project went to the hearing examiner, and then it came to you for a final decision. And so I don't believe that there is a path by which a project that is a site plan review would go to an election. I think that would run afoul of state law.
My next was, is this even constitutional in parentheses? So, to clarify, the Hilton project itself, that would happen on a privately owned piece of property, and that was never subject to a vote. Nobody had the opportunity to vote on a Hilton, and we took that away. That's not the case. Ordinance 1999, has it ever actually been applied? Has the city ever wanted to sell off park space and had that?
Not that I'm aware of.
Not that I'm aware of either. I was hoping maybe somebody's memory went back farther.
And I don't know if that's because it hasn't come up, or somebody saw that requirement and said, nope, not going to deal with it, or whatever it was. But I think that's the important point. This is not going to happen frequently. This is, because there's kind of an odd zigzag property line. If that was already a smooth line, perhaps this thing works out just fine and we're not here tonight.
Right.
So, again, a lot of concern from the community, building condos or selling things off, have a KFC in Smith Park, whatever it is. That's not going to happen. We all understand that these are sacred places, if you will.
No, these are things that we have heard. He's not making that up.
So it's, like I said, I have great respect for this community, its parks, its people, and there's no way that I would sit in a conference room with somebody who even suggested that and not laugh directly in their face. That's not going to happen. We're not here to sell off parkland. We're here to make this community better, and I think that's what we're doing tonight.
Thank you for reiterating that. And I understand why the first draft of this came in with, there's this ordinance, we'll just strike the election caveat because, that was just the cleanest, easiest way to do it because and we know that, there is not a council person, past, present, or future in this town that would just go off carving up parks and selling pieces off of them willy-nilly. I mean, I wish we could have anticipated that concern, but I didn't anticipate that just because just the very idea that any of us would do that was so ludicrous to me that I didn't even consider it, honestly. And that's me in my bubble, and I think we should always try to consider, like the worst possible scenario. And the fact that the ordinance has never been enacted, it's never been needed because we've never been in a situation like this before, just because this project happens to be adjacent. The Councilor Marshall brought up a great example because we bought that 75 acres and designated it as park. Now that we can't use it for what we want it to use it for, now effectively we would be stuck with it. So I mean that's a non-Hal Romaley Hilton example of how this would apply and maybe and tend to get in our way. Let's see, I'm going through my list of questions. You defined public purposes and utilities, archaeological, engineering, traffic patterns. When is the last time there was any development in the CBD, like specifically on Pioneer or Bayshore?
Next door there, the Coldwell Banker building expanded in about 2015.
That's right.
And the Would-Be Coffee converted from a gas station to a coffee shop, and that is all.
Correct. Okay.
And that's in 10 years.
And okay, thank you. Yeah, I was trying to remember what had happened, the Coldwell Banker building. And I think I know the answer to this question. Is it possible to make this contingent upon follow-through by the developer? And I'm inclined to think that that's not possible because the way the current ordinance stands wouldn't jive with making sure that, because in order for the developer to follow through on their proposal as expanded, we would have to have the ability to allow them to do that, which as the ordinance currently stands, we don't, right?
Correct.
I'm just thinking we've got this attractive offer, and then, what if something falls through and it doesn't happen?
So a development agreement is essentially a contract.
Okay.
So you have that. You can put a time limit on it. Say if they don't complete the work in 2 or 5 years or whatever, then the contract expires and we have to go start from scratch, essentially. So there's that.
Okay. Mr. Eaton, the public comment period has ended. We have the history, thank you. One of the things I'm hung up on is the 10,000 square foot contingency. I'm hung up on that because to me, I'm still in this headspace of no net loss. I don't care if it's 1 square foot. If we're losing park space, then I think that should trigger the election caveat. So, go into a little more detail about the 10,000 square foot contingency.
So essentially, we had the 3 options originally: 1-to-1, 10,000 square foot, or 150%. Abbreviated all of those. When I went through that process and was writing up a staff report and thinking about this, the limitation on square footage didn't make a ton of sense to me because we would have to make it, and this was my thought process. If we make it smaller than the smallest park, we make it perfectly clear that we are not going to sell parks without an election. The smallest park is 2,699 square feet. So if we put it down to 2,500, that's really a minuscule amount of land. So why not just say we won't sell parks at all if it's just a straight sale? If somebody comes in and says they want to buy whatever park, we do an election for that. So that is the thought process there. With the 1-to-1 ratio, I think, and the 1-to-1 and the 150% both, honestly, I think that putting a square footage limitation might have unintended consequences, like for instance, when we're talking about the 75 acres. What if, for instance, somebody does come in with 75 acres somewhere else that is of high value and perfect for building playfields on, and we have to have an election for it? Maybe that's okay, maybe it's not. Would it be better because the city council didn't have an election to buy the land in the first place?
Right.
But you have an opportunity to swap it 1-to-1 with a value that is equal or better. It seems to make sense to be able to do that as well. Or if somebody comes in and says, I want that 75 acres, it's worth $1 million. In return, I'm going to build $1.5 million worth of an indoor soccer facility somewhere. Something like that. That's worth consideration, because if we are looking at, 1-to-1 ratios, that's good, and I want to make sure that we are preserving that parkland. But at the same time, if that parkland is not usable, then is it really, worth what we're talking about? So I think the 10,000 square feet is well intentioned. I just don't know that it works when you put it into those two paths. And again, I'll go back and beat this dead horse. It's still a development agreement either way. We still go through a negotiation process, and we still present it to the city council for approval.
Thank you for that clarification. That was really helpful. I asked our Deputy City Administrator and Finance Director David Goldman, as well as some other staff, for some numbers, because I was trying to find a way to quantify the city's commitment to our parks. And I know how important they are just to us based on our discussions, but when I actually asked for some numbers in an attempt to quantify this, I was actually surprised, because it really exceeded what I was expecting to see. The information I got, and I'm just going to read from David's email, I just said just in the last few years, just in the last few years, since 2021, we have spent more than $500,000 on just, like new lawnmowers and dock repairs and maintenance and stuff like that. One of the things that we have done in the last several years is hire a full-time grant writer. That's her entire job, and we've received an unprecedented urban forestry grant of $1.68 million. And we've hired an arborist with that money, and among other things. Over the next few years, we've committed $14.5 million for park projects, including pickleball courts, field restorations, constructions, all-inclusive playgrounds, all kinds of park improvements. The last addition to Parks Inventory was Freedom Park, 75 acres at more than $1 million. We've also absorbed several smaller pocket parks from various homeowners associations. They've got these little areas and they don't, want to maintain them, and so they will come to the city and say, hey, do you just want to add this to your park inventory? And we say, sure, and we'll take on that responsibility. And those are in little pieces. I don't know when the last time that happened, but it may have been pre-2021. So we're constantly adding to our parks revenue. We've doubled our park staff, and we've committed to hiring 6 more full-time park employees, not including the arborist mentioned above, our new Parks and Rec director. We've established an entire Parks and Rec department. So I don't think there is a universe in which anyone can say that the city of Oak Harbor is not committed to our parks or prioritizes our parks. Most of our most recent, city councils and priorities were all Parks and Rec related. So really just want to reassure people that we're not selling parks. That's not what we're in the business of doing. I can't imagine any one of us supporting something like that. I will say that based on this specific project, even though the ordinance is not site-specific, this is an example of something that can be done. In the 15 years I've been on council, and I can't speak to before then, but every economic development study, survey, consultant that we've hired, report that we've commissioned, every single bit of information and analysis that we have gotten in terms of economic development has told us that the thing that our downtown core needs is a hotel and convention center. And so when someone proposed a hotel, I appreciate that staff saw an opportunity for something a little bigger, better there, and asked them to expand that to include some conference rooms or meeting spaces. Council had an opportunity to add a meeting space to the treatment plant and decided not to do that at the time. And so I appreciate that staff had the vision to say, we can do this, but we can go bigger, because this is the thing. And yes, there were some comments we're putting a lot of hope in that concept and a lot of faith into that concept. And yes, we are, but that's because every bit of data and every bit of research that we have done tells us that that is the thing that is going to give our downtown core and our community at large the economic development shot in the arm that it so desperately needs. And while the easy thing to do for me would be to do nothing, let things stay the way they are, and have nobody mad at me. I'm not up here to get reelected. That's not I'm up here to make decisions that are in the best interest of the most people in the area, not just city limits, the whole area. I think that there's a reason why people keep coming to this parcel and it doesn't work and it doesn't work and it doesn't work and every single thing falls through. We have an opportunity to be flexible and change that while still keeping intact the requirement that any loss of park space needs to be voted on. We're keeping that intact. And so, maybe I'm putting too much faith in this, but come and talk to me in 10 years when Hal Ramaley Park still exists and we have a thriving downtown and a hotel and convention center, because that's exactly what we needed. I will eat my hat if Hal Ramaley Park doesn't exist. That's, I don't want anybody mad at me. I genuinely appreciate the feedback that we've received. I think the 1-to-1 ratio, was that one of Ween's suggestions? That was a great suggestion.
Yep.
And we incorporated that into it. That's, because we know there's nothing nefarious behind repealing the existing ordinance, but that was an excellent suggestion. And I think that this is an excellent compromise to give everybody what they want. Like Shane said, or Chris said, I ran for office to change things. I grew up here. I've seen downtown go through all of its reiterations and evolutions. And if I have the ability to do something that is going to revitalize downtown, which is what all of the data tells us it's going to do, while still preserving every square foot of park space, then I'm gonna do it. To me, I'm not gonna sacrifice the economic future of our downtown. And that's how I see it. I'm not gonna sacrifice the economic future of our downtown and our community because I don't want anybody mad at me. To me, that's the question, and my answer is I'm going to go towards the thing that I think will be the greater good to the most people for the longest amount of time. And so thank you everyone for sitting through that. I don't have any idea how long it's been, but it was way too long. And thank you for listening to me, and that is everything that I have. Is there any other council person that wishes to respond, make a comment, propose a motion? I don't even have the motion in front of me. That almost sounded like a motion. Oh. Okay, well, fine. Well, after that impassioned, can we get the move to approve ordinance 1999 language? Not just the move to approve, but the details of the swap requirements? Thank you. Just so we're perfectly clear on what it is that we're. Okay. Thank you. The recommended motion. Does that include the 10,000 square feet? Okay. Option 1, option 3, option. Yeah, which option? Because, yeah, that's just the ordinance, but there are.
So the ordinance that we're recommending includes the options. It has the text. If you'd like to see the text of the ordinance, I think we can get that up on the
Oh,
screen.
no,
too.
I've got that. I was hoping there would be like a summary.
Yes.
No, I was hoping that for the slide with the summary that had, it specifies the one-to-one swap, equal lesser value, blah, just, are there some bullet points?
In the presentation?
In the presentation, yeah. Thank you. No. Yeah, keep going, right, the value proposition over a certain size. Okay, so just, all right, it's all spread out all over the place, but,
Yeah.
okay.
Sorry, that was intended as a presentation.
Yeah,
not as
no,
a
no, no,
motion.
it's fine, I understand. You didn't know I was gonna want all the changes on a single slide.
Next time.
Thank you. I move to approve ordinance 1999, adopting changes to OHMC 1.30.010.
Second.
All right, I'll turn it back to council for further discussion, comments, questions. Counselor Stuckey.
Yeah, I just encourage, this goes through and there is public hearing regarding any particular parcel or swap that folks still continue to come out at those times. We could always use the feedback. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, I agree. And for the record, I'm not sure exactly why the comments were split into inside city limits or outside of city limits. I think somebody wanted that as a point of clarification, but just because a comment came from outside city limits does not mean it was that feedback was disregarded at all. I gave them all equal value, and as Councilmember Marshall said, if we did nothing, that effectively, what we would be asked to do if we did nothing would be to effectively silence the voices of anybody that didn't live in city limits, and that's not what we want to do. I can't believe the amount of time that some of you have put into being here, and I appreciate it so much, and I'm really glad that we had some suggestions in order to fine-tune this and reach a compromise that I believe will give everybody what they want, because your vote stays intact and it still gives us the flexibility to do things that are in the economic best interest of the entire city. So I've said my piece. Any further comments, questions, concerns? Okay, all right. All in favor of the proposed motion, raise your right hand. All opposed? Okay, that passes 6-1 with Stuckey opposed. Thank you. All over the place. Okay, so we are going to skip ahead to what was originally item 10A, the Salary Commission report and order. Who's going to be presenting on? David, is that going to be Emma?
It'll be Hillary.
Hillary, oh, okay. Hillary, you have the floor.
me get everything working. Hold on,
no-
sorry
no
guys.
worries.
And I don't have any sort of PowerPoint or presentation, so apologies for that.
This is the night of technical difficulties. You're fine.
Yeah, it seems to be. Let me see here. So what you should have before, well, can you see me now? Can you see me now? There we go. Perfect. Hi, everybody. I'm particularly pink tonight, and I'm not sure why that is. I'm not sunburned. So I wasn't planning to present this separate and apart from David's overall presentation, but because it was yanked out, I can give you a summary of what happened, and I'm sure there's going to be questions. So when the mayor started working truly full-time, when he started this job, the question was posed, how does the mayor's compensation work? And David Goldman and I both did some research, including legal research and talking to the MRSC about how, in this city, the mayor's compensation is established. And as you know, you have established a salary commission, which operates independently of you and can give all of the electeds salary bumps or, in theory, lower your salaries. Interestingly, the mayor and all of you council members have been allocated in the budget for quite some time as a full-time employee. So while the prior mayor was really only working part-time, he was allocated as a 1.0 FTE, as are all of you, as are the current mayor. So the question really becomes, if the mayor wants to work full-time or wants to work part-time, how does that compensation get sorted? And the answer is that your mayor is the CEO. He's the executive. Only the mayor can dictate how many hours the mayor wants to work. And the body that establishes the salary commensurate with how many hours the mayor is working is the salary commission. So the mayor submitted a letter to the salary commission stating, I've been working full-time since I took this gig. Which I think your staff can attest, he has been working his tail off. And he said, Salary Commission, please establish what I should be paid. At the Salary Commission meeting, the Salary Commission was presented the letter, as well as other comparable cities and pay rates for full-time mayors and mayors in general. David did a ton of good research to provide them with options and alternatives and sort of comps like you would in a union negotiation almost. They decided that the mayor was truly working full-time, and so they decided to augment his salary commensurate with that. The interesting thing about your enabling ordinance that created the salary commission is their decision is effective without further action of council. So you have effectively delegated all of your salary authority for electeds to the salary commission. And so while this is on the table for you to approve tonight, this budget amendment, you can't really not approve it because in your ordinance, you've already told the salary commission that their decision is final. So if you were to reject this budget amendment tonight, I'm not sure what would happen. You'd have to go about repealing your ordinance and dissolving the salary commission, I think, if that makes sense. So I'm happy to answer questions. This was a really weird one. I've spoken to some of you, I've spoken to staff. David and I went through it 100 times. Emma and I talked through it. It's a very strange situation, but it is because of the ordinance that established the salary commission, their decision is final. So you effectively have to adopt it or dismantle the salary commission.
Public comment on this item?
No, Mayor Pro Tem, we have not received any public comment.
Is there anyone present tonight who wishes to speak to this item? You don't all have to run to the podium at once. No? Okay, I will turn to council. Councilor Hoffmeyer.
Yeah, I've got a couple of questions. One of which, just earlier tonight, Council Member Arms, spoke to, she's retired. This is all she does, probably more than 40 hours a week. Can she, too, submit a letter saying that she works full times, which we all know she does? That's my question.
Yeah, the answer is yes. Anybody could. Any elected could.
Well, I've got great news for the community. Council is going to be at your beck and call 40 hours a week. Let's go now. So my question with the process And I'm not throwing anybody under the bus, but the optics are horrible. For the mayor to be the one that appoints each and every member of the salary commission and then writes a letter asking for a pay raise, it's ugly. If I was in that chair and somebody offered me a pay raise, I would say, no, thank you. The public's going to come for me. I don't like the optics of it, and I'm not blaming anyone. But I think we should figure out some way to adjust this ordinance. And it is a very ugly look. But that said, what's good for the goose is good for the gander. And I think we've got a lot of full-time council members now, and maybe there's a silver lining. Maybe that's what the community needs. But it's going to blow the hell out of this budget.
Any other council comments, questions, concerns? Eric Marshall?
I'll just thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. I'll just make the comment that the mayor appoints every commission member. It's not just the salary commission, it's arts commission, it's historic preservation, it's parks, and we approve those. So it's not like he just is putting whoever he wants on there and then we have no say in that. Just like we did with the Lodging Tax Advisory Committee, we approved those 2 appointments today. We've had discussion about the possibility of having a full-time mayor. It's one that I have been in support of. I think a city of our size needs a full-time mayor, needs a full-time city administrator. And we have a commission for that explicit purpose of determining whether there's a value in that. And that's what they did. And they have the authority to do that. And I support that decision. And I'm happy, for one, I'm happy to have a full-time mayor. I mean, I think Mayor Wright has done a lot of work and has shown his value. And since it was already budgeted for that, he's already allowed a one FTE. I support this move. So.
Thank you. Councillor Stuckey.
I have some comments, but would be okay kind of moving things around and bumping and allowing Tiffany to speak. Is there any objections? And then I can come back.
Tiffany?
Questions or answer any questions or help in any way I could as the chair of the salary commission. And I'm here at your service. Thank you.
For the record, that's Tiffany Scribner at the podium, who's the chair of the salary commission.
Resident of Oak Harbor at 45 Northeast Noonan Loop, should anyone wonder.
Can I come back then? I was just.
Yeah, no,
okay?
you still
Okay.
have the floor.
I understand why the salary commission would come to to their conclusion. I mean, we do have a mayor who I don't think anyone up here is not going to say is not working full time. It's not unfair for him to ask to be compensated to be full time. So I don't necessarily have an issue with that, and I can even understand where the salary commission is coming from. I do have a couple concerns beyond the decision for this mayor. I mean, number one, it does seem like a little bit of a glitch. We did have a conversation about should the mayor be full-time? Should we do a mayor council or a council manager? Why do we have that conversation if they're already listed as full-time? And this one FTE has been there for years, as are we. And, take note, I see that our salaries are being looked at the next meeting. I would really hope you're not paid a full-time salary, but it does seem like a glitch. If that's one of the things it's kind of hinging on is it's been designated full-time, well, so are we. And I can tell you right now, I put a lot into this, but realistically, 15 hours a week, I'm not going to say that I do this full-time. Responding to Facebook comments does take a lot of time, I'll admit. So it just seems like a little bit of a glitch with that F1 FT. And I mean, I look at our last mayor, Mayor Bob. I think most people agree the last year he was there, he did not work full-time. But you can't reduce the salary and have that take effect immediately. So if Mayor Wright does a wonderful job and a new mayor comes in, we're like, ooh, this next mayor is only working part-time. We don't have an option. I mean, you can reduce the salary, but it doesn't take effect at his term. So I'm thinking beyond our current situation. I mean, I look at other municipalities that were listed, and I took away your Seattle. I mean, that's not realistic. But look at Anacortes. I'd say that's pretty comparable to us on an island, very comparable. They have a full-time mayor, makes a little bit more than what was proposed. They don't have a full-time city administrator, right? I mean, I looked at most of the cities that were within proportion population-wise, not ones that were half our population, not ones that were double our population. It was mixed. I'd say about 60% did not have a full-time mayor and a full-time city administrator. It normally was either one or the other, or kind of the hybrid that we were doing. So I just kind of worry about the future implications of this. I wonder why we discussed, should it be full-time? And I understand it's arbitrary. Tomorrow, our mayor could choose to work 1 hour a week. He won't. I firmly believe he won't, but he could. We can't put a minimum hours or a maximum hours on him. So not faulting the salary commission for coming to this conclusion. I mean, pay him what he's working. I just worry about future implications, future mayors. When I was thinking about running for mayor, I talked to a lot of mayors, and most of them kind of agreed, man, your first 6 months to a year, it is full-time plus. You're getting things the way you want them to be. And then you kind of go down a little bit. I mean, it's the mayor's prerogative to either say all their departments report to me, or I'm going to delegate them to a city administrator. We have a city administrator. We have a deputy city administrator. And now, I mean, we've had a full-time mayor, but now the salary reflects that. So it's the mayor's choice on how much they want to delegate. He has decided to take on more than most, and that's his prerogative. I'm not faulting him. I just worry about the future implications. What could the future mayor look like? And that's my concern, especially because that salary increase has already taken effect. Whether we agree, disagree, I mean, it works that way, so we're not approving our own salaries and it looks like corruption. So I appreciate there's a salary commission. I appreciate that we don't necessarily have a say, but I do be a little disappointed in this scenario, just looking beyond our current situation today. So that's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilor Wiesner.
Yeah, no, I think certainly the mayor has come in guns a-blazing and putting in a lot of time and effort, and it's showing. We're starting to see results from, what can happen with a full-time mayor at the helm. So I certainly support this discussion, but I guess I too am just a little confused. I guess I never thought that any of us or the mayor could just go directly to the salary commission, and thank you, salary commission volunteers, so much. Again, like I said earlier, the volunteers on these commissions and the deep dives you guys do and the time, the effort you put into this stuff, makes our job so much easier. So thank you for that. But I guess I'm just confused too about. I guess I'm kind of shocked to hear from Hillary that. While I realize we handed over salaries to that commission because we didn't want to have control over our own salaries, what I guess I didn't realize is that any one of us could come along and say, I want to work full-time now. I've decided that my position needs to be full-time, and I'm going to come down here every day, and I'm going to spend 8 hours a day here in City Hall, and I'm going to make this a full-time job for myself. It's my decision. It's not council's decision whether I decide to make this a full-time job for me or not. And then I'm going to approach the salary commission. I'm going to prove to you that I'm putting in 40 hours a week, and I'm going to expect that you guys are going to do the right thing, and you're going to look at the time and effort I'm putting in and adjust my salary accordingly. And it just doesn't seem right. I mean, it seems as though we're making a bit of a change in form of government without us having any input on it whatsoever. And again, hats off to the mayor for the time, the effort he's put in, and I know he's going to continue pedal to the metal. And I guess I'm not so concerned about are we going to get what we pay for with him. There's no doubt. There's no doubt in my mind if we pay Mayor Wright $11,000 a month, we're going to get our $11,000 worth. But I guess this process, I guess I'm just a little confused about. How can we just make this change unilaterally? Council had no input on it whatsoever, that we're going to take the mayor and we're going to switch it from a part-time position to a full-time position because it says it's a 1 FTE on a thing all along. It just seems odd to me. And it also, I will say the optics aren't the greatest, right? I mean, you're all recently appointed by the mayor. I get that we approved those positions. But at the same time, we did kind of talk about they're the only people put in front of us, right? It's hard finding volunteers, and we appreciate when some volunteer steps up, and we tend not to say, no, we're not going to let you volunteer for that position. So there's a tendency to for lack of a better terms, have those commission appointments be a little bit of a rubber stamp, right? Because, again, somebody willing to step up, serve the time, and do what you guys do, Tiffany, who is it to us to say, oh, no, we don't want to accept your time, right? So there is an optics thing I guess I'm a little concerned about, that the council was left out of this, that the mayor was able to go directly to his appointees and say, hey, right? And we just, here we are, right? And then we're being told, no matter what we do tonight, this is just the way it is. We didn't get a say in it at all. And I guess there's just something, I just don't feel right about that. I would certainly think that if I decided I was going to start working down in City Hall 40 hours a week, that I would have to come to my fellow council members and say, hey, I'd like to make my position full-time, and that I wouldn't be able to unilaterally make that decision that I'm going to impose myself 40 hours a week. So that's my only thing. I just feel as though we missed something in this process, and again, it's because of the way we've set this up. I think this is the first time we've ever had this happen, right? And I don't know that I ever had envisioned in my mind that was even a doable thing, that I could just make my position a full-time position.
Mayor Pro Tem, our attorney has her hand raised.
Oh, sorry, go ahead.
I just wanted to make points of clarification because I think the comments are really good. I did want to stress that I know we talk about form of government, we've spoken about it in workshops, and we should be really clear that the form of government is something that takes an election. It would require a totally different mayor. It's a very different thing than what we're talking about here. And I know it's easy to analogize the two, but in reality, they're very separate. And so when you call this a change or similar to a change of form of government, you need to be really clear that that's not what happened, because there would be a lot of steps that would have to have happened. And in strong mayor cities, you'll get different electeds every 4 years, some of whom work a lot and some of whom don't. And it's not to say one's better than the other or one's needed by the other. The size of the city doesn't have much impact. More, it's about the staff and the bandwidth of the person in the chair and what they were elected and what they set out to do. What I think is interesting is the mayor is the only one who can dictate the mayor's hours, right? In this case, he is a single solitary human being in the seat of the mayor. He is the executive. You can't certainly tell him he has to be half-time or that he can only come into the office 20 hours a week, nor could Sabrina, nor could I. The mayor was elected to do his job, and that's what he gets to do. Similarly, all of you were elected to do your jobs, but you were elected to be part of a body. And so you as council members are legislative, and you're in a very unique position in that although you're each individual is elected, you can only act as a council. So while I said earlier, yes, any single one of you could submit to the salary commission, you could ask for pay raises. It would be very unusual for one council member to be paid differently than the other council members. I've never seen that happen before. And that's because you function as a body. So I think it would be a very different scenario if all of you were working 40 hours a week and all of you went to the salary commission and said, our city's underwater, we need more pay. Or if you were just working, all of you, 25 hours a week and wanted an increase in pay. And certainly no matter what the salary commission is presented with, they're going to hear and consider it. That's what you've designated them to do. But I think that the group of you can dictate what a fair council salary is amongst yourself and pitch that to the salary commission. I think it would be very aberrant for the salary commission to say one of you works harder than the others and therefore should get paid more than the others. That doesn't seem to jive with the legislative body idea. So while, yes, any single one of you could go to the salary commission, I wouldn't necessarily recommend it. It would be a very strange thing to do, to ask for more pay than one of your counterparts. And I do think that as a body, you can regulate each other in a way that you cannot regulate the mayor. You know, there's a separation of government here. And I was speaking to one of you on the phone earlier this week, sort of talking about the strangeness of this. And you could, I've never seen a city defund a mayor. I don't think you could defund a mayor. But let's say you didn't want your mayor working full time. And I don't think any of you think that in this situation. But this is sort of the lunacy of where you are, right? Let's say all of you agreed that you didn't want the mayor working full time. You dropped him down to a 0.1 FTE. The mayor could still come in 40 hours a week and take that to the salary commission, and they could decide to pay his 0.1 FTE the same amount that he's getting now. You know, you've got this independent body that you've created who's supposed to be compensating all of you commensurate with the hours you're putting in. To give them more is a gift of public funds. To give them less is a different kind of problem altogether. So, you know, you've set up this body. There's no perfect solution. Like if you were to dismantle the salary commission tomorrow, none of you could have pay increases or decreases in the scope of your term. That doesn't seem to jive either. Every single method that you look at for electeds establishing compensation is problematic. So I'm very open to having this conversation about what you might want to do differently moving forward, whether it be a different kind of noticing or transparency, or, you know, like for instance, if you had all gotten notice that the salary commission was meeting and all of you had attended and you had all read the letter that the mayor submitted, you could have submitted some sort of testimony contrary to it. Certainly they would have considered that as well, but I'm not sure any of you are saying that that's the issue at hand. I think the real issue is that salary commissions can increase but not decrease salaries. And so if you were to, if the next mayor elected were to be a part-time mayor, it would be very difficult to decrease that salary now that we're at a full-time mayor salary, right? So there's no good solution for that, unfortunately, whether or not you have a salary commission. And you are sort of stuck with that either way. I know I just dumped a lot of information on you, so I'm happy to answer more questions.
You still have the floor. You done? Okay. Any other comments, questions, concerns from someone who has not spoken yet? No? Okay. I have a couple questions, and then we'll go back around. Hillary, you touched on something. You said no pay increases, whatever, in the scope of our term. That's already the rule for council, because we're the people that vote and adopt the budget. We're not allowed to vote for pay raises for ourselves. So if the salary commission says, you guys are awesome, you all deserve $8,000 a month instead of a year, and we approved that, we don't get a pay raise. That pay raise applies when the next person sits in our, or if we get reelected, but that change takes effect at the beginning of the next term. So is that not the case for the mayor as well?
I don't believe so. I mean, that's what we're talking about. The reason that you appoint a salary commission is that they can do real-time pay increases.
Yeah, no, we don't, no, that's not. Like, yeah, the effectiveness does not apply during our term. Our term has to end before that change takes place. So that's, I assumed that would apply to all electeds. I wasn't aware that there was an exception for the mayor.
Forgive me, the document that I have says that the salary commission will meet at least one time annually per calendar year to review both the mayor and the council members' salary and benefits. And that will happen annually, and those changes historically have happened, those increases have happened from the documents that were provided to the salary commission, that those happen annually.
And I'm looking at 2.02.040. It says any increase or decrease in salary established by the commission shall become effective and incorporated into the city budget without further action of the city council or the commission. And then salary increases established by the commission shall become effective as to all city elected officials regardless of their terms of office.
Oh my, oh, yeah, because that's not been the case. If there's a percentage increase, like cost of living or something like that, then that takes effective immediately. But if it's something we vote on, it doesn't apply to us because we.
But you don't vote on the salary commission.
Well, sorry, correct. The adopting the budget.
You might be thinking of a COLA.
Oh, because yeah, last time the council pay went up, I was on council and that did not take effect until I was reelected and started my new term. Anyway, so I'm clearly going to have to do some more research on that. Yeah, so just the fact that it's taking place immediately, my concern was because I think that Mayor Wright is earning every penny of a full-time salary. He's absolutely been putting in, I don't know where he gets the time, quite honestly. And my concern was like, well, great, if they increase the pay, that would apply to the next mayor, not the current mayor. And so that was my concern. And it will still apply to the next mayor. And as has been pointed out, historically, regardless of what the number on the HR paperwork, it's been a part-time job. No mayor I've served under has done it full-time. The mayor previous to Bob literally didn't show up for the last 4 months of his term and still got his entire pay. I mean, he just stopped showing up in August. We did not see him. And he still collected his entire paycheck. And so what recourse, if any, do we or the public have if the next person in that office goes back to working 15 hours a week?
None, other than to vote them out.
Yeah, other than
That's
to
the
not
problem.
reelect them. So for 4 years, they get 6 figures a year, and they can work 2 hours a week if they want to, and there's not a thing any of us can do about it.
That's right.
And that would be true regardless of the salary.
Well, absolutely, 100%, which is why we wanted to have a discussion about codifying a full-time or change form of government, et cetera. Because, Ronnie has taken the initiative to come in full-time, and that's been his decision. And, sometimes we put in easy 34 hours, sometimes it's only 6 hours. Like, it just, it varies, but it's all up to the amount of effort that we want to put in. So I'm not disputing the Salary Commission's rationale. He absolutely is working the full-time. It's the next guy.
Mayor Pro Tem? Mayor Pro Tem?
Oh, we are, okay.
Yes.
Thank you. God, that went by fast. Okay, so our ordinance rules of procedure requires that we end our council meetings at 9 p.m. And since that's clearly not going to happen, I would entertain a motion to suspend our rules and extend our meeting time. Councilor Hoffmeyer. Sorry. You had to say.
I move to suspend the rules and extend our meeting time till 10 p.m.
Second? Okay, it's been moved by Councilor Wiesner, seconded by Councilor Wittgenstein to suspend council rules and extend our meeting time until 10 p.m. Any further discussion? All those in favor? Did you have discussion or that was a vote. Okay, all those in favor, raise your right hand. Any opposed? I know, much to Councilor Stuckey's dismay. Sorry, buddy. Okay, sorry. Sorry to interrupt your thought there. Anyway, so I fully support paying our existing mayor a full-time salary for the full-time work he's putting in, but I share the concerns about the next guy and what we can do if they're just sitting back and collecting 6 figures a year other than waiting for the 4-year clock to run out. That's...
Mayor Pro Tem, I should correct myself. There is a clause in your ordinance for a referendum. So if you find someone who is being grossly overpaid, you could always have a referendum to adjust the Salary Commission's findings. But that's very extreme, obviously.
I was not aware that we were allowed to contact the Salary Commission. We're not told ahead of time when the Salary Commission is meeting. That's like that. It's always been completely separate. So sorry, this is a learning experience for all of us. Question, you mentioned that this was an unusual situation. How do other cities do this?
Very unusual to have both a salary commission in place and to have a strong mayor and to have that strong mayor not already be full-time and want to go to full-time. I mean, I've been doing this for many, many years, and I've got attorneys in my firm who've been doing this for 30, 40 years, and it's just not something that's very common. Usually, with the smaller cities, it's a part-time mayor. And in the bigger cities, it's a full-time mayor. And in some cities, it's flip-flop that because of the levels of staffing or the budget issues that they have. So that type of change is different. And it's also different. It's not unique, but it's different that you have a salary commission and that your enabling ordinance for the salary commission expressly states that raises will become effective immediately with no further action of council. That language isn't unique, but the way that it's phrased does take away your ability to reject this budget amendment.
Yeah.
Which is necessary in this case, right? If we were reducing pay you wouldn't have to do a budget amendment, or maybe David still would because he's very good at numbers, but it's a different sort of problem to have. Whereas, what if you didn't have the money for this position? You would have no choice but to fund it anyway. So David and I were very careful about making sure we were doing this legally and properly and in accordance with state and local law, because we just didn't want to get it wrong, and MRSC had never seen it either, I should say. So,
of course, I don't think anybody's questioning that.
Yeah.
Absolutely. So my next question would be like, where's the money coming from? But I can wait until David's budget presentation to actually get into the nitty and gritty. I am curious, Tiffany, I'm assuming that the salary committee, that you had a similar conversation. What about the next guy? How did you guys reconcile that amongst yourselves?
Thank you so much for asking. So one of the concerns that the Salary Commission spent a good amount of time speaking about was the fact that it was the belief of both the recommendations that we received and the guidance we received, as well as our understanding as the commission, that our city indeed needed a full-time mayor, and we are lucky to have one. And it was also a discussion that moving forward, if we would like to continue having a full-time mayor, it is something that the salary as it sat was not going to be able to attract anyone who could commit to full-time hours at the rate that it was at. It is not a living wage. It was not a wage that was reasonable in Island County and in Oak Harbor to live off of. So if you are expecting someone to work 40 or more hours a week for this city, they must be paid and recompensed appropriately. As a result of that, it was the decision of the commission to increase the salary to a level where we believed we would be including a much more robust and diverse pool of applicants for future mayors, and that we believe the vote of the people will determine whether or not those folks should be in that seat. So while I agree that there is the concern of the next mayor, certainly we should be doing our due diligence as citizens of this fair city to ensure that whoever we elect to this place is of a level of integrity and capability that is not of concern.
We would hope.
So that was a large portion of what the Salary Commission discussed in terms of future, as well as checking in with our fabulous city attorney to ensure that there were ways to decrease or to come back at it in terms of full-time, part-time. What does that look like? What are the options to move forward with that? I would also just like to state that this was not a simple conversation, and that this number that we came up with did not get pulled out of a hat. It was based on the recommendations of the support staff of the city and the conversation we had with them. And no city listed on that document of comparables that had a full-time mayor none of those mayors were paid less than $100,000 for their annual salary. Previous to this change, our mayor was making maybe 55% of that. Is that correct, Hillary? Was it 55 previous to this change?
Something like that.
And so it was immediately identified during that meeting that if we were going to have them listed at 1 FTE, and they are going to indeed be at 1 FTE, then we should at least be considering moving that salary up to $100,000 to be in the correct range for wage for a position of this level of authority and stress and intellect.
Sure.
So I think these were all considerations that were made during this conversation. I'd also like to address, in terms of the optics, I was not appointed to this commission simply because our mayor came up to me and said, hey, can you do this? It was brought to my attention by several folks that there were openings here in the city. It was my understanding that the Salary Commission was one that had a slightly lesser commitment in terms of time, and as such, I put my name forward. I also was named chair while I was not at a meeting, because if you're not there, you're the chair. So I would like to just make it very clear that if I was appointed nefariously during a meeting that I was not at. I'd love to know how that happened. And I take issue with the fact that the integrity of any of the people on that commission would be called into question. I was in the room, I had the conversations, and I'd be happy to talk with anyone in this community or on the council who would like to speak with me about my integrity on that issue. Thank you.
I don't think anyone would disagree with you on that, Tiffany. Thank you.
Oh, may I say something for the record?
Yes, of course.
It was mentioned that staff recommended certain things, but all we really did was provide information from the Association of Washington Cities for comparable mayor salaries and such. So
I apologize if I misspoke. I was given information and we asked many questions about the information that was provided.
Thank you for that clarification, David. Let's see, I had one more. So since the Salary Commission meets once a year, if...
It must meet at least once a year.
At least once a year. That means that if the next person in the mayor's office is playing golf 4 days a week, the Salary Commission can evaluate that and make a determination for, okay, so
Absolutely.
we wouldn't necessarily have to wait for a 4-year clock to run out.
You do not have to wait. We can call meetings. We are required to have at least one annual meeting.
Right.
We will be having a third meeting since I have come on to the commission in the next 7 days. So clearly, we
Above
can
and
have
beyond.
more
Thank
than
you.
one.
Yeah.
It is my understanding, and I'm sure Hillary can speak to this more correctly than I can, that we can call a meeting as needed as the Salary Commission. So should we receive information, a letter from all of City Council that, a mayor is no longer serving at full time, that we would absolutely meet and take that under advisement at that time.
Okay. Hillary, can you, I see your... Yeah.
I was going to say, but to be clear, the Salary Commission increases are immediately effective.
Mm-hmm.
Decreases happen at the end of the term.
At the end of the term.
Oh, okay. So we do have to wait for a 4-year
Right.
clock.
Yep.
Okay.
Without a referendum. I mean,
sure.
You could, it's an arduous process, but you have that option if a mayor's really not showing up to work.
Sure. Okay.
That's your.
Thank you. Anybody besides Shane want to weigh in before I call on him a second time? Okay, go ahead. Councilor Hoffmeyer.
Yeah, Hillary, I have a couple more questions. Before we let something go through that MRSC has never seen, and I don't think anybody up here has questioned anybody's integrity whatsoever. However, perception is the reality to most of the public, and to the public, I mean, this is going to come across as some grandiose backroom deal. I mean, it looks like a heist. I mean, if you look at the mistrust that people out there have in government, it looks like a heist to the general public. And, before we sit here as council and tell the public we can't do anything about it, I guess I want to know that that's true and accurate information. If we say we vote against the budget amendment tonight, and say we come back at the next council meeting and we allocate the mayor and council as, say, 0.6 FTE, for instance, are we within our legal authority to do so, or is it correct to tell the public, no, we can't do a darn thing about this?
Well, the answer is somewhat complex, but you as a council can do whatever you please. You could come back, you could vote this budget amendment down, you could come back tomorrow and allocate them as a 0.6, but all that said, the salary increase would still become effective. So what you would effectively do is just create a budget that's out of whack. Your budget would not coincide with his paychecks and the reality of the situation. So you'd be misbudgeting. Because the ordinance that you adopted says that the Salary Commission's decision will become immediately effective. So you've given away your opportunity to thumbs down it. What you would have to do is you'd have to repeal that ordinance. And I think there's an optics problem with that as well. And frankly, I'm not sure you could do it in time. I think the Salary Commission gets 30 days before their recommendation is effective. So I don't think you could do it in time to save yourself this increase. And by state law, you can't decrease a salary within the term of the elected. So yes and no. You could definitely vote this down. You could definitely make him a 0.1, but his salary would remain as the salary commission has recommended, if that makes sense, which is an incredibly frustrating answer, I understand. And I would say to anyone who's watching, I just heard what the chair said, and I'm fairly certain that those meetings are open to the public and they're also recorded. And there was a strenuous and vigorous debate at the Salary Commission, so anyone who thinks that there's something afoot should go and watch, because they had a lot of good questions and they were looking to compensate someone who works 40 hours a week in a mayoral position fairly. And I thought, you know, it's not their decision whether or not Joe Smith is in that seat, and whether or not Joe Smith decides to work 20 hours, 10 hours, 5 hours, or 100 hours. What they're there to do is make sure that all city employees are being paid fairly. And so I think that given their role, they did a tremendous job.
Well, thank you for that. And again, you know, I would thank the Salary Commission for their work and their involvement. I am continually frustrated that council is left out of the loop on all of these matters, but that's for another day, I suppose.
Councilor Wiesner.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Tiffany, I'm going to assume this, but if I don't ask, then I'm just assuming, right?
Yeah.
I'm assuming that when you guys looked at salaries, you were also comparing full-time mayors with full-time city administrators. In other words, the pay of a full-time mayor who's also got a full-time city administrator side by side with them.
We were not provided that information as a commission, no. Who was full-time. What I will tell you is that we were only looking at cities that were, at least this is my understanding, and I'm sure that David will be kind enough to correct me if I am wrong about this, that we were only looking at cities that either had full-time mayors or that, David, was it that any city that had a part-time, that we had adjusted the salary to reflect what it would have been if it was full-time?
So Dave Goldman here. So we were looking through the Association of Washington Cities data, and it didn't provide enough information to differentiate between full-time and part-time mayors. So the assumption was any mayor that was paid over $100,000 was a full-time mayor. So that was the list that was provided over, because there's over 200 different data points on there, and it just didn't provide enough information to say this one's full-time, this one's part-time. So that was the assumption that was made in the data that was provided.
But we didn't look in those cities that had full-time mayors where they also had a full-time city administrator who is charged with the day-to-day operation. I mean, in our charter, right? That's what the city administrator's job is full-time, day-to-day operational issues. Right, which pulls a whole load off of a mayor, you got to admit, right? Having a full-time right-hand person that has basically the authority to act in lieu of the mayor. That's the way our charter reads. I guess that's the concern. And ultimately, I'm just going to put it out here. Here's my concern with this whole thing. Obviously, this discussion started internally back in June, because we've got a July meeting date. Obviously, there was, I'm assuming, some discussion that led up to that July 2nd meeting, which was a month and a half ago. And the first thing I heard that we were doing this was on the agenda. So, and this has nothing to do with this is a comment for me. You get it, Tiffany. You get it, right? As a council member, the person who's tasked with voting in the budget, the person who's tasked with, voting for these amendments, I'm being told now, well, you're responsible for the budget, but not this one. The decision's been made, and you weren't even told we were thinking about doing this, and you weren't involved in the conversation at all, and it's a done deal. And so you can see from a...
Certainly. The discussion started before June.
Yeah.
And unfortunately, I have no control over how you guys get that information.
Yeah, and so I just wanted to relay it to you. Again, I don't want you to take it wrong, my comments about the optics. The optics is not about the Salary Commission, about you or anybody on it. Again, I appreciate the volunteers. I'm going to be consistent on that. I've always said that. I've always said that the heavy lifting that the volunteers do on the committees in this community is invaluable. So I don't want you to misconstrue any of that. The optics I'm talking about is the optics that council was totally left out of this discussion. I didn't even know this was happening. I got this deal, and it's like, holy cow, can they do that? Can they just decide all of a sudden they're going to make themselves full-time? Can they basically promote themselves? And the answer I'm hearing is yes. Not only did we not need to discuss it with you or involve you in it whatsoever, we kind of intentionally didn't. And again, not the Salary Commission. This is directed. I know Ronnie's listening to this. Love you, Ronnie. I want to go back to some comments I made when he first came on as mayor, that I was concerned that he was setting us up for failure, right? That he was working so hard and so many hours that we were never going to be able to find somebody else to fill that position, take on the load he was doing, and do it for the money he was making, right? So I stand by that. I stand by that statement. That is still a statement that I believe wholeheartedly, that this is something, I guess, inevitably that conversation and that statement led to this, but being left out of the loop totally, being not consulted in any way, shape, or form, being just, here it is, the decision's been made, and this is how we're going to do it. That's, I guess, what the optics, because we're ultimately the one who are responsible for the budget, and we're ultimately the ones who take the heat for the budget. Yet, in this particular case, we have absolutely zero say over it. And again, I just feel as though we were left out of this conversation somewhat intentionally. And so that's what I have to say. Thank you.
Counselor Stuckey.
Thanks for staying so late.
I live to serve.
We appreciate you.
Yeah, and again, I understand why you guys made the decision you did, and he was putting it well with us with the difficulty, especially when we had a conversation of should it be full time, should it not. Even though it's kind of an arbitrary conversation, we didn't come to a conclusion, and then we find out it was just made that way. But I don't think you guys necessarily made the wrong call based on the information that you had and how you had to go about it. I would like to see in the future, because we all agree this is a done deal. I mean, we can sit here, we can political theater all this all we want, but it's done, right? But I'm looking to the future. I would like to know comparable cities. When I say comparable in population. I don't need to hear about Seattle. I don't need to hear about, I don't know, Joyce with population 2,000. Like cities that are like within, 10, 15,000 of us. Do they have a full-time mayor? We can determine that based on salary over 100,000. Do they have a full-time city administrator and a full-time deputy administrator? I mean, I'm a little concerned with all that upper management salary for cities of this size. I firmly love having a city administrator. I think there's a value to having someone who was trained, who went to school, who managed cities, because that can help even the keel of a poor mayor and a good mayor. They can kind of even that out. So I would like to see in the future just something sent to us. What's the comparable to other cities as far as that goes? Because I'd really like to see where we sit. Also, got to set the record straight. I got a message from my wife. She said I do work way more than 15 hours a week, and I need to correct that. Last question though. So, and I don't know how much value you guys put onto this. One note I saw is that it was listed full time in the city budget, and you're right. On that one sheet, it is listed 1, and we pointed out. But by the same token, we are also listed 1. So clearly, there's a little bit of a glitch there. We can all agree. Hillary, does it make any point? Is there any point to us making those numbers real? Like, should we still be sitting at 1 FTE? Are those arbitrary numbers? Because apparently it seems like for the mayor, they were kind of arbitrary because he's been 1 FTE for at least 4 years. That's how far back it goes, as have we. Should we adjust those numbers, at least for council, to not be 1 FTE each?
That might be
I mean, that's
Is
a
it
question.
a benefits thing?
That's
I would ask
that's
that,
not so much a Hillary question.
That might be an Emma question.
Yeah, well, it'd be me probably.
Or if you, if you know the answer.
And-
So, well, go ahead, Hillary.
No. You say what you're going to say, and then I'll say what I'm going to say.
So, basically, we inherited that chart from the previous group of folks who were, running finance, and the elected positions were the only ones that are listed as 1.0 FTE, that were working part-time at the time. We just kept it going because that was just the way it was. But we can certainly, in the next budget, in the 25-26 budget, or at another budget amendment, we can definitely change that to be more reflective of the actual hours worked. That's not a problem.
Because I think that's important, because right now I'm hearing that number, at least for elected officials, is pretty much arbitrary. It's pretty much arbitrary. I mean, had it been listed as 0.5 FTE, and he's still proving he's working those hours.
It's not arbitrary for like the other employees. For
Well,
all
no,
the
that for electeds.
Yeah.
For electeds.
That's just, yeah, and it also, depending on the number of hours worked, it might, and Emma could probably weigh in on this, it might trigger benefits, right?
And that's, that I can understand. But just because I would like some formal vote of we all agree that 1 FTE should be 1 FTE, because then it does kind of put the onus on the next mayor of like, okay, not only is the salary, but it's actually the expectation of 1 FTE, because right now it hasn't been. I mean, I feel like we have egg on our face a little bit for having the whole conversation, should be part-time, should be full-time, when apparently, technically, it was full-time the whole time, just like we're technically full-time the whole time. So I think that needs some massaging in the future to at least put the next mayor up for that expectation of you should be working full-time if that's going to be the salary. I mean, that may dissuade some people from running one way or another. There may be some people who think, oh, I can dedicate 25 hours a week to this. I've seen pre-R mayors dedicate 25 hours a week to this. I'll do that. But if the expectation is formally voted on in some way, that we make some officialness to that 1 FTE, I think it might at least put a little emphasis on this is a full-time position.
And I should add that if you're going to workshop this, and I think I've had this conversation with a few of you, it is very unusual that council members and mayors would get full benefits.
Right.
So I worry, and we should vet this with Emma if you're going to talk about adjusting it, I worry that those things are connected or correlated. So before you turn yourselves all into 0.5, let's make sure that you can keep your benefits if you're not a full-time employee on the books.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
And then the other thing that I wanted to say, information is good, information is wonderful. One of the benefits of setting up a salary commission is screening the electeds from making these types of decisions. So while I think that you should have as much information about salaries as possible, I would warn you all that what you do with that information is incredibly limited. So let's say staff gives you a whole bunch of information. It turns out David was wrong for literally the first time in his life, and most full-time mayors in the state are making $25,000 a year. You can't do anything with that information as a council member, because you have to be screened from this process for them to be an independent body that's able to make decisions that impact your salary as well. So I'm going to put that out there. And then if you have questions, please contact me directly.
Sure. Yeah. Again, I'm just more concerned about the future, not the present.
I get it. Yep.
And unless I'm wrong, because I'm looking right now, there's no way we could see those salary commission meetings. They're not recorded and uploaded. I don't see them on YouTube. Is there some way I could, or was it just kind of in the other room where it was live?
You have to ask Emma, because
I don't see it on the YouTube. Let's just put it that way. And I don't see it on Facebook. I don't see any way that I could go back and watch it.
Okay, well, maybe I was incorrect about that. I thought they were, but I don't know.
They were recorded.
But so they just haven't been uploaded? Okay, because I don't see any salary commission meeting ever upload. So it would just be nice, because it would have been nice to be able to see that conversation before we came into this meeting, because maybe some of our concerns were addressed. I mean, granted, I could have called you and should have called you, but I was out of town till late in the week, and that's on me. So that's all I have.
May I address one other thing, just that you said? I do want to be clear that when we looked at the list of comparables, we did have populations, although we did not have city administrator and deputy city administrator information. We did absolutely have population sizes, and there were at least 5 cities that were specifically spoken about during that meeting. Unfortunately, I don't have that chart in front of me right now to tell you, but Anacortes was one of the cities that was pointed out, and the other 3 or 4 cities that we spoke about in that meeting were all of comparable population size as well, or actually I would say up to 15 to 20,000 more residents that we have that were kind of in that range of similar coastal, similar cost of living. We're kind of trying to keep in mind many things about those salaries when we were looking at them, but population was provided to us as well as the salary for the city. So just to let you know that we had that extra bit of information.
Sure. Thank you for that. I'm just going by our packet that show the comparable cities, and I Googled, when I saw Renton, Redmond, Seattle, I mean, I didn't think you looked at that and thought that he should get paid.
We,
But
we indeed did not look
But
at
I don't even know if those should have necessarily been in the conversation. And maybe you didn't talk about them all, but without being able to see that meeting,
Yep.
all I have is this one page of paper that says that those were the cities looked at. So I
Which is
appreciate
why
you
I'm
adding the
happy to be
context.
here.
Thank
So,
you.
while we all were talking, Councilmember Wiesner asked about city administrators. So I went ahead and pulled the data, and it turns out of those cities, 44% of those cities that have the full-time mayor also have a city administrator. The average salary with just the mayor without a city administrator is about $148,000. The average salary with a full-time mayor that also has a city administrator is $150,000, so it's pretty close.
But is that the cities? I mean, does that include like Seattle and stuff, or are those ones of similar population?
That's this list of over $100,000, which includes Seattle, but also includes cities like Port Orchard and Polson.
Because I feel like it needs to be refined a little bit. Because I feel like it needs to be refined a little bit to cities. Because so Anacortes, no. Bremerton, no. Lake Stevens, yes. Port Orchard, yes. Poulsbo, no. I mean, I did a little bit, and we also have a deputy city administrator.
Also, City of Anacortes might not have a city administrator person with that title, but they kind of do have a de facto one with a different title. But that's just one
Sure.
data point. But anyway.
Okay.
And again, I would caution everybody against supplanting their thoughts, feelings, opinions, and judgment on the discussion that the Salary Commission had, because you're supposed to be effectively screened from their conversations and their decision-making process.
Thank you, Hillary. Yeah, I was about to point out arguing the minutia of the comparables or the decision is moot because that's the Salary Commission's role. But thank you, Mary Hines, another member of our Salary Commission who is also sitting here in the room and spending your evening with us. Thank you very much for taking the time to be here tonight. We appreciate it. Are there any final thoughts, comments, questions, concerns? Oh, Councilor Marshall.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Emma, maybe you can answer this question. I believe, and I was always under the same impression as Mayor Pro Tem that once a raise was in place, we had to wait till the next election cycle. But if I remember correctly, it's maybe earlier this year or sometime last year where Salary Commission gave us a raise, right? And it was effective almost like the next month. And we weren't involved in that discussion either. It was just the Salary Commission met. They decided that we were entitled to a raise, and we got that raise, and it was effective next month. Is that correct? That was the cost of living. Okay. So it wasn't a Salary Commission a bump in pay other than cost of living.
Emma,
Gotcha.
Emma, can you, sorry, for the record, we need to have you on the mic.
Easy now.
Tiffany, there's no need to throw things.
Your Salary Commission did meet at the end of 2022, I believe, 2023, and then they always match up as much as possible with your represented bargaining unit employees that are negotiated and your non-represented employees.
Okay.
So to make sure that your cost of living adjustment was in alignment with that, that was the last adjustment that happened.
Those take place immediately.
Okay.
And that happened at the beginning of 2024.
Beginning of 20. Okay. Thank you.
Yes.
Sorry, Emma, I'm just going to jump in here real quick. The reason, it's my understanding anyway, always has been, that the reason electeds are classified as anything on the FTE scale is because we get health benefits and we have to be listed as full-time in order to get those health benefits, like via the system. Is that?
You're actually benefited at the part-time level.
Oh, okay.
So it would make sense, in the HR opinion, for your FTE to match your benefit level. The 1.0 FTE is a full-time benefit level where we would also be covering your dependents.
Gotcha.
Right
Okay.
now, your dependents are out of pocket.
Right. Thank you. Thank you for that clarification. Appreciate it. Okay. Councilor Wiesner.
Well, that brings up a question. Is there any effect to the mayor's benefits with this change?
I don't believe so, because he's only covering
The mayor's
himself.
spouse has always been
not
covered.
He's only employee only. He's not doing a family plan.
Well, but future mayors too. I mean, obviously, we need to look at how this affects budgets. That's what our job is.
The motion that was accepted by the Salary Commission reads to set the mayor's salary at $135,000 per year, and to keep the benefit plans, options, levels, and rates the same until the Salary Commission reconvenes at a later date, because at the time that we met, we did not have information about what level the benefits and were set at for the mayor. We did not understand what the change, what changes would actually occur if we changed benefit levels for the mayor to full-time. So that is how it stands at this time. There have been no changes to the benefit levels for the mayor position in this change that is occurring. It is only affecting salary, not benefits.
Great, thank you very much.
Yes.
Okay. Anything else? All right. Thank you, Tiffany.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
Thank you, Tiffany.
Do we need to have a quick recess before we move to our next agenda item? Yeah? Okay. We will recess for 5 minutes, back at 9:38. Okay, after a brief recess, we have reconvened. Next up, we've got ordinance number 2007, amendment number 8 to the 2023-2024 biannual budget. And to present this item, we have our Deputy City Administrator / Finance Director, David Goldman.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem, Council, David Goldman, Deputy City Administrator / Finance Director. Whenever you're ready, Tim. That's right. Do you have the presentation? What? It's in the folder though.
We've got gremlins in the system tonight.
Yeah, look for it says BA for budget amendment. Well, it's in Julie's folder. She could tell you.
David, this is Mikhail. I'll get it out of Julie's folder and throw it on the drive.
Oh, okay.
Does he see it?
All right, thank you. All right. Oh, it's gone. All right, this is Budget Amendment 8 of the 2023-24 biennial budget. This one? All right. This budget amendment is mainly a mid-year true-up budget amendment and also has adjustments that take into account City Council actions throughout the year, also annual grants that have occurred year to date, and there's a few new items as well. So for the budget amendment portion of the presentation, the previous City Council approved items include $24,000 for the use of the Economic Development Reserve for the Island County SEDS project. There's $25,000 there for materials testing services as well. There's a new item, a use of $12,300 of the Economic Development Reserve for the Economic Development Coordinator position through the end of '24. As you might recall, that position was funded by the funding formerly known as ARPA, and the funding will run out mid-November. So this funding is to fund that position for an additional 45 days. In addition, we're putting the budget together right now. We'll be presenting you the mayor will be presenting you the preliminary proposed 2025-26 biennial budget at the September workshop. So we'd also like to get input from City Council regarding the direction for the city's economic development activities. There's some other new items as well. There's $31,000 for grant-funded police body-worn cameras. That's in addition to the body-worn cameras that were included in the previous budget amendment that was done through a different granting funding source. And then we have $49,300 use of fire levy lid-lift funds to reclassify one paid-on-call firefighter to one full-time firefighter. Now, I know it shows 0.2 FTEs there. I know we had a big discussion on FTEs. But in reality, when we took a closer look at the paid-on-call firefighter program and we looked at the number of hours that are currently being utilized for that, it turned out we made the adjustment on Exhibit A, which is that backup that has all the positions and the FTE schedule, to reduce the paid-on-call firefighter program by 1.2, not just 0.2. Because there's just less hours being charged to the program. And that's the one area of the FTE chart where we calculate hours, because it's kind of a unique program, and that's what we've been doing for years. So here are the list of budget adjustments. So budget adjustments technically don't require city council approval. It's just transferring money from one area to the other within the budget. And for transparency purposes, I bring the budget adjustments to city council to see the use of fund balance, because these adjustments, we're talking about transferring budgeted fund balance to an expense line for various items that city council has previously approved, and a few new items which we'll go over shortly. So the first one there is $42,000 for the first half of 2024 government relations consulting expenses or lobbyists. That contract was canceled mid-year. There'll be no more costs regarding that for the rest of the year. $172,000 for indigent defense costs. That contract was approved by City Council a few meetings ago. $40,000 for the Island County required feasibility study to purchase 3 parcels adjacent to Freund Marsh. $25,000 for building inspection services, and $28,200 for the repair of the fire training tower. This item was also previously discussed during workshops and special and during retreats, but also just before the break when we were talking about the Salary Commission report and order. This adjustment is for $51,200 to fund the mayor's position to be full-time. And that's for the remainder of this year. This one's kind of mixed, it's kind of funky. It's $22,000 of creative arts funds. $7,000 of it is an adjustment that will remain in the Creative Arts Fund, and $15,000 is an amendment to transfer to the Parks Department for arts activities. And here's your fund balance overview. It's probably a lot easier to read in your backup, but I provide the beginning budgeted fund balance for each one of the funds that are affected by this item, and I show how things are going up, some things are going down, and we show the ending fund balance there at the end. Let's see here. So you can see how things changed through the actions that are contained within the ordinance. So with that, we have a recommended motion up here, and we also, this is a public hearing, so we should open it for the public.
No, Mayor Pro Tem, we received no comments on this item.
Side question, I guess, David, when are we going to be seeing a admin budget amendment? I assume we have one coming forward with the severance packages and stuff we're dealing with.
I'm not sure what you're getting
Well, we
at.
have a severance package for the former fire chief. That's admin budget, correct? Are we going to see amendments coming forward for that admin budget at some time in the near future, or?
I'll have to look at how the budget works and if we have enough funding within those particular departments to require an adjustment or not.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, because the fire department is a pretty large department, and the way we budget folks at, at their full salary plus whatever COLAs and whatever steps they're going to get over the next few years in the biennial budget. But there are vacancies, people leave and things are vacant for a few months and people come back in. So there tends to be some room for, some room for certain things within the budget, especially with the larger departments.
It's your thought at this point that we may not need any budget
We may not
amendments for
need
that?
it. It really depends on, it really depends on how the budget's doing. But we always do an end-of-the-year budget amendment before the close of the year.
Yeah, I was just kind of curious, because obviously we've got some admin budget adjustments in here, and obviously that comes into, the overall thought, the overall budget, not just piecemealing it, right? So, all right, thank you.
First of all, I really, truly appreciate the work that staff does. Trust what you guys produce, and, the results have been pretty clear. That said, on this particular budget item, and, for me, it just comes down to, principle. As an elected council member, I don't, I'm bothered that council seems to continually be out of the loop on things. Shave my head and ship me out to sea, I suppose. But yeah, I'm just a no on it. As that elected official, certainly don't respond very well to being told, well, you really don't have much of an option but to approve this. So I'm a no on it. What I don't understand is, in Mayor Severns' last year or two, he did have a lot of health problems and he wasn't here that often. But council was always communicated with. Council was always in the loop. So if the mayor is here so much more, why are none of us being communicated with? It's very troubling. So that's not directed at staff at all, but I'm a hard no.
Are you a hard no on the entire ordinance or just a portion of the ordinance?
I highly doubt the rest of, I don't think the rest of my colleagues are going to put that line item forward. But yeah, if that was an option, I have no problem with the rest of the budget amendment.
To be clear, why I share some concerns, the way our government's set up. You're referring to the mayor's salary, I assume. Yeah. And yeah, I don't feel great about it, but again, there is nothing we can do about it. It's an automatic. So, I'm looking at this, my vote approval will be taking that out of it because it is what it is. But you did ask one question that you're looking for feedback for, and that was the economic development position. And I don't want to leave you hanging here. I guess I need a little bit more information regarding that. So 2 years ago, we talked about it, and I was on the fence, but I did vote yes, and I thought it was a good idea. It sounds good on paper, we're going to do something for economic development. We're going to hire someone just dedicated to this. And I used my favorite word a lot, which was tangibility. And I said, okay, in 2 years from now, I want to know what tangibly has been done. What businesses has this person actively plucked to try to get here? Or what businesses has this position actively saved? And I understand the first year is getting up to snuff. But we're getting to the end of year 2.
Councilor Stuckey, a quick reminder, if we are...
I'm talking about the position.
Okay, I was like, if we're discussing the position, that's fine. If we're discussing the performance of any employee, then we need to move to executive session. So just, you're kind of towing the line.
Yeah, no, I know I'm towing the line. I'm trying to... well, I can't ask what that position has done necessarily because that would be too personalized. Is that correct? I don't want to speak out of turn. Do we have some deliverables?
You can talk about your expectations for the...
Well, I think the expectations were listed when we voted on it 2 years ago. And I remember saying in 2 years I could feel like this was great or it could go south. So what deliverables has that position brought 2 years later that we could say that happened because of this position?
Thank you, Councilman Stuckey. Mayor Pro Tem, if I may. David Cool, Development Services Director. That position was transferred to Development Services in late February of this year. And so over the last 6 months, we have spent time with the Economic Development Coordinator doing what's called a business walkabout. So he has hit 107 businesses in town and documented through questions to find out what the 2 main problems are in the city as far as businesses are concerned. The one issue that he found, and again, we don't want to go into the position or the person, but the production from the position was that people were concerned about homelessness in town. And that was one big concern that businesses have established through this survey. In addition to that, we found that businesses cannot find workers. And that is another big item that they've identified. They just can't find people to do the work. He's also, I should say, the position has also done a survey And that survey has results that are on the Economic Development webpage. And so I don't want to go into the position, the person and the performance and all that. That, of course, as the Mayor Pro Tem suggested, would need to go to an executive session to dive further into the performance of the position.
Okay. If I step the line, someone let me know. So, I remember distinctly saying, if this position basically just creates a bunch of nice stuff on a website, that it would not be something I would support in the future. Based on the information you've given me, I don't think I would be in favor of continuing that position. I don't feel like there's enough tangibility. I don't feel like the salary justifies. I mean, I'm not saying I know every business owner in town, nor I'm not going to say I've been to every business, but I know most of the people on Pioneer. You know, I've had casual conversations. I don't think having someone with that salary make those connections, it doesn't seem like it's translated anything but some information gathering, which would have been fine for year one, but I'm struggling with it now. So based on that, without getting too particular, I would not be for funding it in the future.
Thank you. Any other comments, questions, concerns? Jim, you've already spoken on this issue. So, Councilor Marshall?
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. I agree with Councilmember Stuckey's comments. And, you know, I don't think we need to pay an economic development coordinator to hear that we have a homelessness and a workforce shortage. I mean, I think that's anybody that's associated with business or talks to business owners or even live in town know that that's an issue. And so for me, if as a council, we're not going to continue with this position for the next biennium, then do we just rip the Band-Aid off and not fund it for the additional 45 days either? I mean, that's $12,500, correct? I think that's what it was. You know, and so we're saving ourselves that chunk of money as well. So that's just my input on that. Everything else I'm in support of.
Okay. Chris? Councilor Wittgenstein? Sorry.
Question. And this might, and I wasn't here when we approved the economic, this position. What was the goal of this position when it was first, right? Like, what were we really striving for in this position? And can we honestly, can we honestly say that we're at that goal or even close to it? And we've had discussions about economic development tonight in other areas, right? So we know that economic development is absolutely something we're talking about in a lot of areas of what's going on. So I'm curious as to know what are the comparables in other cities that are our size with this. Do they have these positions, and what kind of outcomes are they receiving? You know, I mean, that comes down to it. And it's just the position we're talking about. All I care about is I'd hate to take away something that has the potential to be a driving force in the future, especially when economic development is such a huge portion of what's going on for us in that regard. So, I mean, that's kind of the piece I'm trying to understand. Personnel thing is a whole different discussion and would require a different format for that. And sounds like that potentially might be something we need to discuss in the future. So.
Okay. I'm gonna, if you have an answer, I'm just gonna ask you to put on hold. We are reaching our 10 o'clock amended stop time, and so I would entertain a motion to suspend our rules and extend our meeting time. Councilor Marshall.
I move to amend our rules and extend our time to 10:30.
Second.
Okay, it's been moved by Councilor Marshall, second by Councilor Wittgenstein to suspend our council rules and extend our meeting until 10:30 p.m. Any discussion? All in favor, raise your right hand. Any opposed? No? That passes unanimously. Thank you. Chris, I can offer a little bit of context on the history. Having a full-time economic development coordinator is something that we've dipped our toe into in the past with varying results. And when we received ARPA funding, that was one of the specific things that we were allowed to use that money for. And so, but we knew it would expire. So the position as we created it was always intended to only last as long as the funding. And so we thought, well, here's our opportunity to be able to fund this position. And, but from the very beginning, council really struggled with, quantifiable deliverables. You know, we had a very generic job description, but I mean, economic, it's kind of fluffy. And so in terms of, actual tangible deliverables, that's something that we've really struggled the whole time to define for the position. And so I mean, through no fault of their own, obviously, there's not a ton of guidance on what our expectations were. So because this is our first time delving into this as a body. So I don't know if that's helpful or not. I think we were just, if something miraculous happens, then we'll consider extending it or keeping it funded. But this was kind of an experiment, and it was always intended to be an experiment. Does that sound about right to you?
I think that's a fair assessment. It was ARPA funding, and we really didn't have a vision going into it. I know that the incumbent certainly processed a lot of business retention activities, business retention and expansion. And statistics show that that's the biggest area you need to put your focus on economic development, is existing businesses in town. As far as new business development from outside the area, I can't say that much of that has happened. Certainly that could be a future phase of what is done in the activity, and it would just be up to council to decide how to go about doing that.
So, okay, so thank you, I appreciate that. And so my other question, and this is probably more for David, this.
Okay. They're both David.
Yeah, the money, David.
The money, David.
Sorry.
Get out your wallet.
So whether you're looking for feedback on whether we continue the position, which sounds like it's, as far as I can tell, if we're not getting tangibles, I'm not in favor of that, right? Mm-hmm. The other pieces to Council Marshall was kind of speaking to is ripping the Band-Aid. So if the ARPA funding's running out and it's going to be gone, and the whole intention early on was to see if this experiment would work through ARPA funding, why would we approve even an 45-day extension just to get to the end of the year? So does this have to be a part of this this budget amendment that we're doing right now?
Well,
the 12.5, I mean.
The 45 days is in the packet, but as far as the rest of the feedback, it's going to help us produce a budget that the city council is looking forward to when we present it in September.
So if we approve this, we're approving that 45-day.
Yeah, if you approve this, you're approving the 45 days, but the feedback you're giving me is going to help us create a budget that the city council is expecting. But you can approve this, and you can approve the ordinance, but you can take things out.
We can take things
Yeah.
out. So I would be I would be open to approving it without the 45-day extension.
Barbara, you haven't weighed in yet. Do you have anything to contribute?
Yeah, it's late, I know.
Okay.
That's
You don't
what
have
happens
to.
with the elderly people. No, I agree with Chris, Councilmember Wittgenstein. I agree that if we can't see anything, this is what the money was for, we tried it, we gave it a good go, why are we spending the extra money? We might as well just, I know it doesn't sound like a lot, and maybe it doesn't seem really fair, but why are we putting money in for something that, why? And we're not going to continue this, it looks like, so why are we just go right now and say, sorry, but we're just not doing it. Anyway, thanks.
Okay, thank you. I'll weigh in real quick and then we'll go around for round two. I tend to agree about the economic development position. It was, always, it was created with the intention, the understanding that it would be, probably be temporary. And frankly, I don't think it's very fair to anyone in that position if we can't clearly define our expectations. And so, I mean, unless we get like somebody with a crystal ball in there, that would be great. But barring that, I don't think it would be fair to anyone in that position to not really know what is expected of them and what those deliverables would look like. So I'm optimistic about the SEDS and the studies that are being done and the data that we will be receiving, and I think that will be really helpful in helping us to really zero in and target specific deliverables and come up with just much better instructions and expectations. So yeah, I would be in favor of allowing that position to sunset when it originally was intended to. And then once we are able to get all of the economic information that we are expecting in the next several months, we can choose how to proceed from there. Everything else in the budget amendment I'm in favor of. I do want a quick clarification, David, if you're able, on how we plan to fund the mayor's additional salary going forward.
Well, that'll just come from
Just general fund?
It'll come from general fund balance. But if you might recall at the last city council meeting, or the 2 meetings ago, we had a budget amendment where we were able to return $300,000 of general fund money from one of the utility funds, which was given to the utility funds for a project which we're going to do later using different funding that's more restrictive than general fund money. So we brought it back to the general fund. We allocated $30,000 of that $300,000 for 2 things in that budget amendment. But that means we have $270,000 remaining, but it just kind of falls into the general fund pot. But so yeah, that would be where that and a lot of these other items that you see that are adjustments using general fund money would come from, like the indigent defense, because the new money to pay for indigent defense is not going to kick in until next year.
Right.
And we still have increased costs for this year, so that would be one area that could pay for it.
Okay, so we're not going to be scrambling and scrounging and borrowing to be able to
No.
make this happen. Okay, thank you. I understand Councilor Hoffmeyer's objections based on principle, but I also am, I think that we're, for me personally, felt a little blindsided and we're hung up a little bit on, just because it is such a big amount. I mean, the Salary Commission is always met without warning us first, without seeking our feedback. It's not something we've ever been involved in. It's very intentionally separate. So I'm not mad about that, because any adjustments they've made have been, relatively minor. It hasn't been a really significant amount of money. And so because this does involve a significant amount of money, a little heads up would have been nice. But in terms of how the system is supposed to work, it worked the way it's supposed to work. So even if we feel out of the loop, I'm not going to object to the whole budget amendment just based on that. So that's my feedback. And Councilor Hoffmeyer, you had your hand up.
Yeah, I just wanted to point out to council, optics again. I don't think we should compound the situation at hand by defunding the economic development coordinator in the same budget amendment where we increase the mayor's pay. The newspaper will run with that, obviously. And, I think that makes optics worse for us and the mayor. Furthermore, before we make a decision on the position, we certainly should probably get an annual presentation or something from the individual and figure out what's been done. Third of all, there are things that staff knows that have been said in this building, and Hillary should probably be consulted an executive before any decision is made as well. If council would think back, they're in the loop of some of that. But that's what I have to add on that. I just think we should make sure we have all the information first.
Thank you. Councilor Wiesner.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. So I'm going to repeat a couple things I said earlier. Obviously, I support the Salary Commission's decision. And like I said to the mayor a while back, he was setting us up for failure as working as hard as he was on a part-time job. And I think it does make sense, obviously, to align the amount worked with the salary, because otherwise we are going to set ourselves up for failure. We're never going to find anybody else that ever wants to fill that position, work as hard as he's working, and do it for the money. But here's what I got a problem with. Salary established by the commission shall become effective and incorporated in the city budget without further action of the city council or commission. So why are you asking the city council to take action on something that right? Because here's what this infers. Here's what this infers. The little asterisk up here infers discussed during council retreat and special workshop. As though this came from council, that this direction for this came from council, and it didn't. We were left out of the loop. And am I a little hurt about that? Yeah, I am, right? I mean, because the reality is it's not the first time, right? And I don't think it's going to be the last time unless we say, hey, let's work together here, right? And get some of this stuff done. So I really have a hard time voting on something that appears to come from us, that appears to be that we're behind, when it says it shall become effective and incorporated in the city budget without further action of the council or the commission. Why am I voting on this?
I thought of the same thing when I saw that. So remember when I was going through the slides and I made a point to differentiate between like amendment and adjustment. The mayor's item is an adjustment. It's using a budgeted expenditure line called ending fund balance, and it's just transferring it over to another expenditure line. Those adjustments don't really require city council approval, and a lot of cities you'll go to, you won't even see it. But in the spirit of transparency, I've always included the adjustments as well, so you can see how we're spending ending fund balance.
Well,
So
but then
technically
in
you're-
the issue of transparency, though, to our constituents, the constituents need to know that this was not an action generated by this council. I mean, certainly it's an action I think we've all made perfectly clear that we're here to support. We're here to support the system. We're here to support the volunteers on that commission that stepped forward, put their time in, and put this together. But this is not an action generated by the council, and yet it's being presented like it came out of a workshop with council's instruction, and now the council's being asked to vote on it, even though we have zero say in it. And quite frankly, I have a problem with that, because you talk about perception. Well, we have perception to our constituents, right? And I think that's the wrong. I mean, we need to place this where this light. The mayor came in, right, is doing a heck of a bang-up full-time job. He decided, based upon the amount of time he was putting in, to move forward to the Salary Commission, right? Make the request directly to the Salary Commission, not to the City Council, right? And yet we're the ones now who are supposed to come in, clean up behind all of those actions and kind of act as though we're the ones who generated this and now we're voting it in. That's not a perception that, again, I want to be perfectly clear. I support the raise. I support the mayor's feelings of moving to a full-time job because he's doing a full-time job. I support the fact that he deserves to get paid for doing the job. I just don't support how this all came about and how this is being inferred right here, that this was discussed at council retreat and special workshops, right? That's what it says right here, and that we have no further action needs to be taken by city council for it to take place, well, then if that's the case, then let it happen.
So you're talking
But,
about
but,
the
but
slide,
basically,
right?
you're putting my name on this decision and saying, I helped make this decision. I didn't make this decision.
So in the actual agenda bill, it's pretty clear that it was the salary commission, and also the salary commission's report and order was attached to the
Then
agenda bill.
remove it from the vote. If we have no say in it, then I'm not gonna put my name on it as a vote, because I didn't have any to say in the decision process.
Well, the thing about this is, the vote is on the ordinance, and the ordinance is only the amendments. All the adjustments that I showed you are for information purposes only, so you can see what's happened. You can see how we're using fund balance. So in reality, your vote is on the ordinance, and the vote is specifically on those amendment items. This is not one of those amendment items. But the other position that you talked about is an amendment item, because you're using because the proposal was to use the economic development recovery, the economic development reserve money. You're not using fund balance for that. So it's kind of semantics, but the ordinance is specifically on the amendments, not the adjustments.
Well, again, you're asking me to vote on something and approve something, indicating that we've discussed it at a previous deal, and you're telling me it's a done deal whether we vote on it or not. Well, then my tendency is to not vote on it, because I wasn't involved in that process at all, and yet it infers as though I was.
Yeah.
With all the respect in the world, I think you might be overthinking this a little. If the salary commission had voted to give us a raise, it would have been presented to us exactly the same way it was presented tonight, because we generally don't communicate with them. It would have been less money.
So it would be presented that we discussed it and sent forward? I mean, again, I have a problem with this. Discussed during council retreats and special workshops. Yes, it was discussed, but none of us gave instruction or was even inkling that that was moving forward as an item. And here it infers that we've discussed this item before, and it infers as though we had something to do with it moving forward. And you could say, absolutely, you can say that I'm overthinking it, but I don't think I am.
Yeah, because we never discuss elected salaries, ever. So that's not a thing, it's never been a thing. So I'm not sure why the asterisk is there, but.
It's there for the form of government, because the form of government was discussed, and there were three items on the form of government.
Gotcha.
Of course, the current form of government, the council manager form of government, and it also said full-time mayor on the retreat and also one of the workshops.
So some discussion,
But the salary
not
amount
specific.
itself was not discussed, because that's a salary commission item.
Thank you for clarifying. Jim, you still have the floor.
Yeah, I mean, those are just my comments. I just have a hard time with that. Again, it's going to be effective and incorporated in the city budget without further action of the city council or commission. Are you going to start bringing forward every item that is going to happen that doesn't need a vote of ours to be voted upon?
Well, I'm showing that for transparency purposes. I've always shown the adjustments for transparency purposes. If you go to other cities, they'll just show the amendments. They won't show the transfers between, the ending fund balance and the actual expense accounts.
But are you or are you not asking us to vote on this item as part of the amendment?
I'm only asking you to vote on the ordinance. The ordinance is what's contained.
The amendment.
There's like 3 funds that are affected in the ordinance. So the areas, if you could pull that back up. Just go to the second slide. All right, there we go. So anything that says amendment, that's what we're asking the council to vote on. So those 2 items that were previously approved, utilizing $12,300 of the Economic Development Reserve to fund the Economic Development Coordinator through the end of '24. Next. And those 2 items right there. If you go to the next slide, I think that's where the adjustment, yeah. So everything here is really just for information only, because it's just a transfer between expense lines. But because it's using ending fund balance, I always show these in every budget amendment that I've done. I don't know what they really did before I got here 4 years ago, but I've been to other cities where they don't always show this. They only show the actual amendments. And it used to have a disclaimer that says, that actually explains all that. But I guess I could put that back in. Yeah.
Okay, thank you, David.
Yeah, it's a big chunk of money. Councilor Wittgenstein, did you have your hand up?
Yeah, I just wanted to, I can see the confusion that is happening because nothing on this slide, and I get the, I guess, the adjustments, right?
Were approved by council.
Well, yeah, these were previously approved during other items, and it's all referenced in the agenda bill, like the dates. and
Right. What I'm saying is that one asterisk that shouldn't even be there,
Right.
discussed during council retreat and special workshop. That one shouldn't be there because there's nothing on this slide that indicates that we've discussed, that, or reviews that we had ever discussed salary, because that's what is on the
Oh, yeah,
slide,
yeah, yeah.
right?
Yeah, salary
So
was-
even though we discussed the position, the potential form of government and whatnot, that asterisk should have said form of government discussed during council retreat and special
Yeah.
workshops, not, right? So that's
Yeah,
that
yeah.
hair splitting kind of piece of it. I remember when you were going through these workshops with us and talking about amendments and adjustments and whatnot, that the adjustments were information-based. That's, you're just letting us know what's changed and what's been moved around, and amendments are what we actually vote on. I actually remember that, so, hey, learned something, right? So I just wanted to clarify that we are only voting on the first two slides, essentially.
The items in the ordinance, yep.
Yes.
Thank you for clarifying that. That's helpful. Councilor Marshall.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Hillary, did you have anything that you wanted to say or add about Councilmember Hoffmeyer's comments about the Economic Development Coordinator position?
Me?
Yeah, he mentioned something that you might want to chime in, or that we might need to go to executive session. Is there any, is there any-
No, I'm unaware of anything that would require executive session, but I'm always happy to reconvene in an executive session and we can talk about what I may not know.
You feel that's necessary? I mean, if Councilmember Hoffmeyer feels it's necessary, then I'd
request
say
an
we do
executive session at
I
any
request a 10-minute executive session to discuss it.
Okay.
Okay, and just for Julie's sanity, is this for performance evaluation?
No, I don't believe so, right? No.
I'm not sure what we're talking about. So we need to list the reason and the RCW, and I can help you with the RCW if you can give me the reason.
I'm not by any means a lawyer, but it seems like a pre-litigation risk to me.
Potential litigation? Yeah, what are we?
Yeah. Well, for potential litigation, is that, then can you provide the RCW for that?
Sure, that's RCW 4230-110, subsection 1AI.
4230-110 1AI.
Yes.
Thank you.
No, we can do that. The only reason I'm hesitating is because it is so late and we have some community volunteers waiting to present their item. So I'm wondering if it's possible to shuffle things around, allow them to present their item, and then we can go into executive session and then wrap up our meeting. Are we allowed to stop in the middle of an agenda item to do that, Hillary? Yeah, there's no motion on the floor or anything, but. Go ahead, Chris.
David, what's the timeline on this budget amendment? I mean, is it, this ordinance that we're looking at and talking about, is it so precedent that we have to have it done tonight, or can it wait till the next council meeting?
We can wait.
Then can
That's the
I
question.
motion to table this till the next council meeting, please?
Please do.
I need a second.
Second.
Second, okay. Motion to table is not debatable, so there won't be any discussion. So it's been moved by Councilor Wittgenstein and seconded by Councilor Marshall to table the budget amendment discussion until the next meeting. All those in favor, raise your hand. Any opposed?
And we still love you, David.
Okay, we do still love you, David, and, I'm sorry? Okay. Yep.
Hillary, if you're still there, just give me a jingle tomorrow. Maybe it's something that warrants an executive, maybe it isn't. Get a hold of me when you can. Thank you.
Okay, once we get some clarification on that, we will pick this conversation back up at the next meeting. And thank you, everyone, for all of your patience and your feedback. So I believe last up, yep, we've got 9A, the Kennebrew Arts Collection placement, and I don't want to make our volunteers try to race through 3 minutes, so if you think you can get it done in the next 4+ minutes, then great. Otherwise, we'll have to extend our time. No pressure.
Best for last.
Thank you for staying.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem and council members. You're a tough crowd.
Okay.
So this is about the Kennebrew collection. We do have 4 pieces. 2 have been installed already. Joseph Kennebrew is a sculptor, painter, lecturer, inventor, and author. The subject of brain research on creativity, he has been described by professionals as an eccentric creative genius. Known as an art theorist and futurist, he is a contemporary artist working across an astonishingly wide range of media. Represented in the collections of major museums as well-established private collections, his work has been exhibited internationally and praised by New York Times senior art critic William Zimmer. At 75, he continues to produce work with energy greater than those half his age. Kennebrew lives secluded on the ocean coast of Washington State. So the City Council approved the acquisition of 4 sculpture pieces from the Joseph Kennebrew collection in 2018. We got those from Sculpture Northwest. They were from a private collector in Bellingham. The vision was to place them in a sculpture park that did not come to fruition. At our August 20th, 2020 meeting, the Arts Commission recommended alternative locations for each of the 4 pieces. Temple Blue was installed in the Pocket Park located at SR 20 and 7th Avenue, and Meditation at the Boys and Girls Club. The remaining 2 pieces are ready for final prep and installation at proposed updated locations. The Gate of Inspiration, thanks for changing those, at the east, let's see. Okay, the Arts Commission recommends placement of the piece Gate of Inspiration at the east trailhead of the Friend Marsh Trail located on Beeksma Drive across from Windjammer Park, with the installation in the second half of 2024, so coming up. And there's a map there that shows you where we are wanting it to be. We're hoping to orientate it east to west so the sun can shine through. It does have 4 openings in it, so there could be some really fun light play on the area around it. Then we have the 3 totems, which are 3 separate pieces. The Arts Commission recommends placement of the piece 3 totems at Sumner Park on the corner of Regatta Drive and Northeast First Avenue, with installation next year. And there's another map there showing where that would be located. As presented in the amended Arts Fund budget, $7,000 is included in art project management for installation of each art piece, 1 installation in 2024 and 1 in 2025. And you can see the budget there, the $27,000. That was $10,000 for the painting behind you, $10,000 to wrap the electrical boxes, and $7,000 for this year's installation. So there's a recommended motion. There you go. I'm done.
Wow.
Any questions?
Well done. Okay, we have a minute and a half and we have questions, so
Yes,
I'll
sir.
entertain a motion
If
to
I
extend
can't
our
answer
meeting
it,
time.
yeah, maybe Brian can, but
3 minutes, there you go. 10:45, anyone? Go ahead.
So we don't have to take the whole amount, so I move to extend our meeting to 10:45.
Second.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded. Counselor Stuckey to extend our meeting till 10:45, seconded by Counselor Wiesner. Any discussion? All those in favor, raise your hand. Any opposed? That passes unanimously. Sorry, Larry. That passes unanimously, so we've got another 15, 16 minutes. So Counselor Stuckey, you may ask your questions. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. Is anybody here from the public who wishes to speak to this item? Okay, Julie, did we receive any comment on this item?
No, Mayor Pro Tem, no comment was received.
Okay, thank you. Now you can.
And Brian, if you need to tag in at all. So I remember 2.5 years ago or so, half of us were on council. We had a conversation, a spirited debate about defunding the Arts Commission. The agreement was, no, we need to continue funding the Arts Commission. But we also, all of us who are on council, remember making a comment of, hey, maybe we move away from sculpture after, because there was a time where we were just doing sculptures, a lot of sculptures. I get that these have just been sitting in the back, and it's not like we just went out and bought these. I understand that. I want to make sure the public understands that we didn't just go out a couple weeks ago and actively purchase these sculptures, because we agree to kind of move on from that a little bit. But does this fit in our arts plan we're working on and the feedback we've gotten, or is it just, well, we've had these, I guess we need to install them now, because we don't have to install them. So does this fit within our arts plan, or are we just doing this basically because these have just been sitting and we feel like they need to be put out? I guess that's my question. And it's a very subjective question.
Yes. I believe that they do fit in with our art plan.
In what way?
Well, I think there needs to be art in the Friend Marsh for sure. I think that's a perfect place for this piece of art. And I mean, I don't think you can have too much art, personally. And I know it's a sculpture, and yes, we do have them, but we're working on other things also in the Art Commission. It's not just sculpture. We're just kind of moving forward with something that we've had planned in the works since 2018.
I just looked to the other Kinnebrew sculpture that popped up for Harbor Freight. I don't know how much that added to, I mean, that one that popped up for Harbor Freight was right after we had that conversation about moving away from sculptures that showed up and caused a little bit of a scuffle. But you're always going to get that with art. I'm not anti-art. It's just another sculpture. That survey we put out for the arts plan, did it include asking people about art? I mean, was sculptures on there as an option? I mean, have we gotten any feedback tangibly? Not, I saw this on social media. I talked to this person. In that survey, did it talk about sculptures at all? I don't remember the contents of that survey.
Starting to veer away from the specific subject a little bit.
I don't remember, to tell you the truth,
okay.
if sculpture was actually specified in that survey.
Okay, all right. Okay, I mean, I get they're there. I get we might as well place them. I just would personally like to see us walk away from sculptures and concentrate on other art, but that's just one opinion.
I think that's a great idea. I think that we should concentrate on other art.
Thank you.
Counselor Wittgenstein.
I can actually help answer your question regarding the art plan and is this in the scope of the art plan? And yes, right? Not just because we want art, but because we already have a lot of art versus sculptures and whatnot. And part of one of the discussions in the plan is having a map of all these places so that people can actually check them off, right? Which is marketed and used to bring in economic development. Because people come to see art. Not everybody. You may not go to visit places just to see art. I do know that when I travel, there's art pieces all over the places where I've been, and I go back. I don't specifically travel for that piece, but it is a part of what I do while I'm out traveling, which brings people in and whatnot. So we're not fully developed on that art plan, right? It's still in the process. It's part of it. We'll be getting more of that, so it is kind of a premature thing. If we've got art sitting and not being viewed and looked at, why are we sitting on it? So, I'm in favor of making sure we get this out and get it done. These two places are spread out. They're not grouped together. It's drawing people further into our community and getting them out there. It's actually getting people out to some of our other parks as well. So I'm in favor of it.
Director Brian Smith, do you have anything to
Sure,
add?
yeah. If I may, Brian Smith, Parks and Recreation Director. So to kind of go along with that and answer Councilor Stuckey's question, we're not starting from scratch with the art plan, right? We're not starting from ground zero. The Art Commission has worked for several years. They've actually developed kind of an informal art plan along the way. The Kennebrew collection procurement and placement, and that has been in the works for several years, right? This is like the very last steps. We have the Gate of Inspiration bronze. The hooks are on the top. This has been repair work that has been done over the last couple years. It's ready to install. We just need to do a slab and place it. The three totems just needs to get sandblasted. It'll have a rust patina surfacing, and also that'll be placed. The Art Commission talked with council about placements of some of the pieces previously. They had some of your feedback. They had more discussion. They talked with some of the stakeholders in the community, got public feedback. From that public feedback, they decided to relocate, change the location of a couple of those. One of them was originally intended to be at the corner on Route 20, right by the Gateway Park on the corner of Centennial Grove. Discussion with Arts Commission, with council felt like maybe that's not the best location for that for a number of different reasons. So this is just coming back to the council and getting your approval on the change of those locations, part of the very, very last part of a very long process.
Councilor Wiesner.
Thank you, Mayor Tim Pro Tem. I'll keep my comments pretty short. I'm really excited to see these come out of the city yard. Art is here for people to enjoy. It isn't enjoyable sitting in the city yard. I truly appreciate the conversation and you guys coming back to us with some changes in these locations. What I'm excited about with both these pieces of art is they'll be approachable. As you know, my problem that I had with the last two placements, one is how do you stop and view the one on the highway in that little pocket park, right? It's a drive-by. That's, in my mind, that's not how you enjoy art. You don't enjoy art by going, hey, look at that. And then, of course, that placement at the Boys and Girls Club, as much as I like to introduce art to the children, putting that sculpture on private property, not having it easily accessible for the public. I know that if I went over there, I'm not going to pull on the side of the road and go walking in somebody's yard to go look at that statue. Here, we're placing them in predominant spots where people can park nearby, they can walk up to and see. These are areas where people go to anyhow that may not be going there specifically for the art, but they get to enjoy the art when they get there. I like the location on Regatta Drive. That's a heavily traveled area, yet there's a park there where you can quickly pull into to stop and enjoy the art. So I appreciate the effort you guys have put into listening to the input that we gave on those last placements and getting these where the people can actually see them and touch them. So thank you for that.
Councilor Hoffmeyer.
Yeah, seeing how we're in the midst of pissing off literally everyone tonight, I might as well piss off the Arts Commission too and tell them what I really think about art and what I really think about these two pieces.
You've got 8 minutes.
I love art. I love these two pieces, and I think the location is good as well. I think the Arts Commission is doing great work, and I can't wait to see this survey come forward, and I know we're going good places. So I'm glad there was one group of people that we didn't have to make mad tonight.
Indeed. Any other comments? Councilor Marshall,
Just wanna-
Councilor Arms? Councilor Marshall?
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Let's do it. I say let's do it. I'm excited to see these pieces finally getting put up, and I think the locations are great. I love the idea of the entrance to Friend Marsh and right across from Windjammer, and I share the sentiment of Sumner Park where people can pull in and actually, go up to it, touch it, feel it, see it. I think it's a win on these two locations, and look forward to seeing them installed. So, thank you.
Thank you. I agree. And also, I think I neglected to introduce Carla for the record. The person presenting was Carla Friend, Art Commissioner.
Myself either, Carla Friend,
Okay.
acting
And
member of the Arts Commission.
We also have Cynthia Mason, who is a member of the Arts Commission.
If I just want to
Yes.
comment, to Councilperson Stuckey, the installation at Harbor Freight was a result directly related to former Councilperson Larson's suggestion. And there's been an informal routine. You know, once we talk about it as a commission, it goes to Parks for consideration and then to all of you, all of which will be really defined in this really awesome art plan coming forward. So we've formatted some informal processes that aren't really in writing, but yeah. So anyway, I just wanted to address where that came from.
Thank you so much. Councilor Wittgenstein.
Yeah, I move to approve the placement and installation of the Kinnebrew Arts Collection in the proposed locations as recommended by the Arts Commission.
Second.
It has been moved by Councilor Wittgenstein and seconded by Councilor Hoffmeyer to approve the recommended action as presented. Any further comments, feedback, questions, concerns? Okay, all those in favor, raise your right hand. Any opposed? All right, that passes unanimously.